Uh, Good morning. As I see the question in chat, I will try to answer it. YouTube stream will be available after as well. We will, just in case, put the link everywhere we can and email it to everybody again. People are still gathering. Hello to everybody who is joining. But I think we can, I guess, slowly start, as anyway the session is being streamed and recorded. So it's our pleasure to welcome you to Intermusic Webinar, which will present the results of Erasmus Plus Strategic Partnership. And before we proceed, I would like our coordinator, Roberto de Thierry, to say a few words. Thanks, Roberto.
Hello, good morning to everybody. Dear friends and colleagues, thank you for joining this webinar and for sharing with us this opportunity to present our project and its final results. My name is Roberto de Thierry from the Conservatoire Giuseppe Verdi of Milan. That is the coordinator of a strategic partnership between three higher music education institutions, the Royal Danish Music Academy of Copenhagen, the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, and the Milan Conservatoire. Our partnerships includes also one of the world's highest rated technical universities, the Polytechnic of Milan, that has highly supported and contributed to our project, especially in the research outputs. Finally, we must say thank you to our fifth partner, the AEC, the European Association of Conservatoires and Music Academies, which gave us a special support for the dissemination of the project. Intermusic means interactive environment for music learning and practicing. The framework of this project is the key action 2 of the Erasmus Plus program, through which the national agency has financed these activities with a grant of roughly 439,000 euros in 3 years. Intermusic set off in 2017 and aimed at creating an integration between traditional music teaching methods and technological support in blended learning. And I must say that now it's really surprising the extent to which in the nowadays context of this world emergency, all this now seems to be so actual. The transnational management of courses, classes, teaching, and evaluation materials and distance music concerts represents not only the way to share different didactic approaches of European music institutions, but also the possibility to produce transnational learning paths in higher music education with a European recognition. At the same time, distance music interaction at all levels requires the best acoustic and visual conditions, and that's why we need to be supported by technology and more knowledge about the audiovisual interaction during the musical performance through specific and dedicated research. This also accounts for the strong commitment and integration of our project with research, as you will see during this webinar. To talk about the expected outcomes and long-term impact of our project, we hope, and we're working for these targets, the adoption and embedding of Intermusic in the curricula of a growing number of European and international higher music musical institutions, the training of a staff specialized in the modeling of online courses, the development and embedding of those courses in the official curricula, and cooperation and transnational sharing of teaching programs. We're therefore very happy to be able to share our experiences, which will be introduced and presented to you in the next sessions of this webinar. And lastly, allow me to say a few words about the role I played as a project administrator. I would like to say that this experience represented a real challenge, and just not only in the light of the very difficult situation that has arisen from the COVID-19. To give you an idea of the complexity, we're talking about a project with 5 partner institutions, 7 working groups for a total of about 30 people, and multiple activities, 8 project meetings, 5 learning and training sessions, 5 multiplier events, in addition to what is the core of the project, made up of the so-called intellectual outputs. That is to say, the construction of the platform and guides for use, the 4 blended courses, and the research outputs. A lot could be said about the requirements for effective administrative management of a complex project, but no, I don't want to steal time and to take away time from my colleagues, and therefore I will just say that based on the experience I had, and however this might quite sound banal, the basic requirement is good communication skills at all levels. Thank you and enjoy this webinar.
Thank you very much, Roberto. According to the day plan, we will have some time at the end of the webinar to have some discussions and answers to questions. So if you will stay for a whole period, please do not forget your questions, and if any of those arise while we are talking and presenting one by one. However, you are all also welcome to write us after the webinar, and we will try to do our best to answer. However, maybe all presentations will answer at least partly or all your questions, we hope. So now we will start the webinar probably by presenting the work on the platform itself. Of course, the content is the most important thing, and of course the teaching methodologies very much influence how the platform and system is set up. But there are some common principles as well as some, let's say, technical details, which I think would be interesting presented in a more, let's say, abstract way. And we'll start together with my colleague from Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, Roberto Becerra, and me, Mantautas Krukauskas, presenting the INTERMUSIC Platform and how it was created on what kind of, let's say, ideas and systems it was based. So just let me share my screen here. Yes. I hope everything is fine and you can see my screen, right? Thanks. I will now not follow chat for a while, but I will try to answer if what later in chat. So, of course, Erasmus Plus strategic partnerships are focused on training the ideas and content, and there is not so much resources for development. Therefore, of course, a natural way was to reuse existing open source projects for developing our own platform. It gives another nice thing that in a way its possibility and ability also to share or work with everyone afterwards, after the project, because if the platform is based on open source tools, everything we develop can be also made available for others. Here in this first slide you can see naturally that we base our work on Moodle, as well as we used another open source solution which is called Resource Space, which is like a repository for pictures and media, like video and audio, which with good metadata capabilities, like a tryout of integration of, let's say, virtual library, where teachers can reuse the same media contents, would it be scores or recordings, etc. We also used interactive possibilities and tried out interactive possibilities of H5P project, which actually, as you will see further, is quite a great thing to try to incorporate in your music teaching and learning. And of course we try to use existing Big Blue Button implementation with some pluses and minuses, let's say. I will talk about that later a little bit. Of course, there was a natural path to take. We first of all, taking into account our limited resources, we're seeing how we can employ existing technologies and existing plugins, and how we can build on that according to the requirements set at the beginning by all project partners. First of all, we were looking what kind of existing Moodle plugins we can use and adapt for the needs of the courses which have to be done in Intermusic. At the same time, thinking of those courses as some kind of typical use cases, or how we can make everything we make specific for that course also maybe viable for some other usage scenarios in musical context. Of course, usually you have to adapt and configure and make things work together, so to say. And as well, when you see that there is nothing there which fits your needs, we had some possibilities to do some development, not only configuration and stretching what already exists. I already mentioned media repository based on resource space. So as you can see here, it's a place where you can stuff pictures, videos, audios, as well as text files and PDF score files. It has a possibility to configure and define custom metadata which might be needed for your let's say usage scenarios. You can of course search among all of the content according to keywords, or specify and define the search better, as well as you can put the content into collections, and the same content can be put in different collections. What is also nice that we did this little integration thingy where you can see the resource space repository as one of Moodle resources, and you can see the collections and search among them, and add them inside of your Moodle courses. Now I've mentioned that we tried different integrations of existing video conferencing platforms. Big Blue Button in the end didn't work so great because several reasons, but here I put quite an interesting slide, which I really find quite representative of the situation which is there. We weren't focusing on that so much because we all know that musicians need a high quality sound for proper internet-based teaching. So you either use Polycom systems, either you use Lola system or something like this. However, with coronavirus crisis, there was increased need to do some things from home, you know, with equipment and skills available for, let's say, basic, simple teacher user, and then, you know, you have teachers who want to do like music history listening sessions over Big Blue Button, let's say, or there are or Zoom or whatever. There are teachers who want to do even some kind of one-to-one tutoring via Zoom and so on. And of course, all of these plugins usually have better or worse integration with Moodle, which is of course great. Big Blue Button is kind of free and open source. If you have your own server, you can run it just with your own server costs. You can of course buy Big Blue Button as a service from hosting companies. However, I think it's interesting to mention what is in the slide. Below you can see the original spectrogram of sound file. On the top you can see the same sound file played through Zoom, where you can see that about 1/3 of its spectrum is kind of not there, as well as what is there is quite compressed. Big Blue Button, which is using actually quite nice and advanced Opus codec, cuts off a bit less, but as you can see here, let's see, there are some clicks and there are also some packet drops because Big Blue Button is using quite outdated, let's say, mixing engine, which we weren't able to hack to improve. So now we see the solution in, let's say, for the future in Opus codec, and maybe adapting another product which is called Jitsi, where you can also change the configuration as in Big Blue Button to improve audio quality, to enable stereo and remove auto gain and compression and things like that if you need it for music streaming, like in music dictation or in one-to-one teaching. And it might provide some kind of better possibility, let's say, to work from home via Moodle, but as all that came at the very end, we didn't really reach any kind of implementation. It was just basically experimentation. There have been other interesting experimentation and research done by our colleagues, mainly from Conservatorio in Milan and Milan Politecnico, and they will talk about that a little bit later. What we have been investigating here was more focused on, as I mentioned, home solution and a practical one. Of course, when you are dealing with musicians, another important element is, of course, the user interface. And we are using extension of a Boost theme, which is called Forson. We also kind of modified it, but it has all typical Boost interface elements, like a dashboard. We also use some existing plugins to simplify things, to understanding. Especially musicians and artists are quite sensitive to have their interfaces clean without things which are not needed. So the entering the courses as well as following the courses and seeing the course layout as well as calendar is probably extremely important thing for everybody. Moodle also has a possibility to integrate calendars with other existing services via calendar import or export. So now my colleague Roberto will talk more soon about the platform in a way of plugins which we have developed. For example, this is something like media poster. Let's say it's also let's say interface element when you can arrange different kind of media in one page. It was extensively used in vocal literature course, which Christen will present later. It's a possibility to put different kind of media on one page as some kind of a poster. Another interesting thing to mention, I think, is that actually standard Moodle possibilities, capabilities, like a book or H5P content, which, by the way, in Moodle version 3.9 has better and nicer integration, as well with possibility to use it not only for self-training, but also for testing, let's say. Our colleague Martin Glauxe from Copenhagen has invented a nice way of using drag and drop for harmony analysis, as you can see in this case. And I think it is quite a cool thing, because you can also follow the tries of a student and see how student improves trying to redo the same exercise, let's say. By the way, also in 3.9 Moodle version, there is also improved navigation in book, in e-book resource type, which I think is also quite useful for music theory. Especially here you can see some kind of other drag and drop analysis example, which is specific to analysis of one piece by Lithuanian composer done by Lithuanian musicologists Audra Bersekianaitė, who was also a participant in this project. Music theory and ear training, of course, requires interaction with musical or sonic means, including let's say possibility to listen to music example and choose the right or wrong answer. There is still where to progress in that, because of course everybody, let's say, wants to have a nice sound and maybe ability to input scores over Moodle, but that's a thing which might be coming in the future. Here we see also a short example from our composition for Chinese instruments course, where media poster was used to, let's say, arrange presentations of the instruments and showing performance techniques, as well as some documents connected to this. So, of course, important part, which was very much interconnected with development of the platform, was the training module, where we had numerous online as well as live training sessions by helping teachers and getting information from them what and how to develop. It's also connected to the development of final documentation and demos of the plugins we created or adapted for this purpose of INTERMUSIC project. just a little look to the future and the work which could be done further, because you know, at the end of the project, it's always like, you know, we did a lot, but we want to do more. Of course, we will be thinking about possibilities how not to stop and keep on the work we're doing. So there's some ideas, at least from what we heard from feedback from colleagues, and we're talking among ourselves, is that we could think about constant interface improvement and cleaning. Also the improvement of our media poster plugins and integrations, that they would provide some kind of, let's say, automated option to populate a media poster with content from a folder or a collection in some kind of repository, let's say. Would it be resource space or folder within Moodle itself, let's say. Another thing which could be useful for Solfege is the integration of high-quality audio recordings via web, because current existing plugins, they are adapted for speech, but not for singing, let's say. If you want to submit a singing exercise, you have this browser side enabled auto gain, compression, and things like that. So some recording plugin with music mode would be required to circumvent that. Also, maybe based on Jitsi, integrating this higher quality sound video conferencing possibility for home. Maybe integration of simple note input interface. We have found some nice examples, and maybe people to cooperate with in the future, but that would be a separate project, because this would require quite a bit of programming time. And of course, there are many other smaller or bigger ideas. So important thing to mention is that because of some corona things we had to deal here at home, let's say some, we haven't finished, let's say, sorting out the last things like packaging all the plugins, as well making them available on Moodle website, and also finishing the documentation and making INTERMUSIC Platform demo part available to wide public. But it's definitely coming. I would say that it will probably be ready at the end of July. However, let's say that with the start of next semester, INTERMUSIC platform developments done by us will be packaged and freely available. And now I would like to give ground to my colleague Roberto Becerra, who has done quite a lot of programming work. Maybe you could supplement what I was saying and show something more.
Yes, of course.
Thanks, Roberto.
It's my pleasure. Hello, everyone. It's very nice to see you again, colleagues from Denmark, Italy, Latvia. I saw people from Latvia that I know, so hello to everyone. Hope everyone is okay. So I will very quickly share my screen so we can go through the kind of like a very quick live demonstration. Share screen. Desktop. Okay. You can see my screen, yeah? Okay. So yes, as Mantas was saying, it was our role in this project to develop the platform, to get it up and running, to host the multiple intellectual outputs, or some of the intellectual outputs from this project. And I would like to start by giving a bit of background. Maybe I'm not sure that everyone would be completely familiar with Moodle and everything. So I'm sure that some people were recently exposed to it, because here in the academy in Lithuania, we had quite a bit of communication with teachers that had never been really had never really put their content into the online platform. So this was like a new process for them. So I guess it's relevant to just say very quickly that Moodle is this learning management system where we can compare it to platforms like Coursera. I always speak about Coursera as like one big platform that everyone knows, except that this is open source. And as Mantautas mentioned before, we are somehow bound or also decided to use reusable technology and open technology that we can mess around with. So Moodle is such a platform, and it's relatively very flexible. So as mentioned, there is this already given features from the platform that allows for education, online education, namely online exams or quizzes, display of content in the format of a virtual book, for example, calendar, scheduling of activities, messaging in between users, evaluation, and grading of exams, for example. There is a very big variety of functions that we can find in this platform. But of course, not all the functions that are there satisfy what we are requiring for music applications. And in a way, it's actually interesting. It's good. I mean, at least from our side or from my side, it's really interesting that we come to the point where the things that are already available are not enough for us. So then we want to push it a bit more. And this is a very interesting place to be, because we get to hint at contributing to the whole community of open source online learning systems. So that's quite satisfactory, I would say. So having said that, what we did with the platform was take the knowledge that was already an asset in the Lithuanian Academy. So this platform has been going on for several years now. I jumped into this project after it was initially launched. So I kind of started adapting what I was learning at the same time from what was happening in the Lithuanian Academy of Music, and mapping it into this new kind of like refreshed Moodle version. So then the initial objectives were to have places where we could host composition lessons or chamber music lessons, and vocal literature lessons. So each one has their own different requirements, as well as another intellectual output which had to do with research on live interaction between musicians, which ideally we would be able to also include in the platform. However, this is not possible as of the current state of things. So this is partly why we were kind of considering separate things in between having high quality, real-time musical communication, for example, using Polycom or Lola or UltraGrid. And on the other hand, we would have applications such as Big Blue Button, BBB, where the quality of audio was not really, I mean, it's not neglected, but it was not the highest priority, since we had another channel for that. So then it was only after the lockdown started that it became more apparent that we needed to really pump the quality of Big Blue Button. So we tried, and we got to that point that Mantautas showed in the spectrogram that he had in his slides. So that's one thing. Another thing is that given the content of the different courses, we had some specific requirements about how to display all the information from these courses. And a very good example is what the development that came from working on the vocal literature course. I would say it was a very good driving force to have a clear intention on what the interface should look like and how or not it is satisfied by how Moodle works now. So then we had this intention. The idea was to have, we had an initial drawing. I remember initial meetings, we had an initial drawing where we had this intention of having content display, scores on one side, videos on the other, and extra notes on the at the same time available in the same screen. And so this type of more specific layout didn't really exist in Moodle. So then we had to go through creating some plugins. And so one thing led to the other, because we started then having discussions about how are we going to connect the display of such content with the place where we are storing such content. So we have Moodle on one side, which is one platform, and then on another server on the other side we had all the repository where all the media files are online. So we have to somehow communicate them seamlessly so that as a teacher or as a student dealing with all this content that hopefully will grow very large, we were talking that we need to prepare the system so that we could handle several thousands of files and digest them properly so that we don't drown in, in this amount of data. So then creating the display led to discussions about how to communicate the display of the media files with the media files storage. And this led to discussions about metadata handling, and then how to also group such content inside Moodle, and how to display it so that we could easily access whichever content we are looking for. So then let me show you what we did about this. I have a simplified version of things that we did. So first things first is one of the things we created was, let me just go back a little bit. One of the things we created was this section here is a plugin that can display any type of files, because Moodle by its initial capacity would display some sort of files and in a different type of activity or a different type of context. So we wanted to generalize this more so that we could display any type of file that we wanted, be it PDF or JPEGs or images or audio files or video files. It didn't matter. What we wanted was that we would automatically stack them on top of each other, and we could add more files. For example, if I add another PDF in here, we would have them all showing at the same time in a kind of tabbed fashion. So we would have much more content available in one single screen that is related to the same context. No? Another thing that we needed to develop was the actual connection between Moodle and resource space, the repository of all the media files. So as you saw before, I added a new PDF file in here by using the native Moodle system, and it gives me a so-called file picker, which is just like a browser. And I could upload a file from my local machine, or I could use open files from Wikimedia or whatnot. But we implemented this INTERMUSIC repository connection to the resource-based platform. So this is, in itself, it's another plugin whose function is just a connection in between the repository and our activities. So in here, we can access, if you notice, for example, here we have folders that correspond to collections of different files. We have, for example, DSP or MVL, which stands for Mastering Vocal Literature, and then the number of the collection. And if we go to a resource space, this is the homepage of the repository system. I can easily search in here. I already typed in, I search for the name of a collection, and we have all the files that correspond to one single collection that it's arbitrary, corresponding to the teacher's intention or program for the course. So for example, here we have a few audio files, some video, and some PDFs, and we can find them where here. So we go to displays, we have the same files displayed, and I can add, for example, an audio file. And considering that we created this repository, one of the reasons why we created this repository was to not flood the Moodle platform with copies and copies of the same data. So then we create, just references to the data in the repository. And then we have an audio file in here that is displayed, but it's only a link to what we have. It's not really copied. So then we are saving space in this way. Now that we have this, okay, we have all of this kind of raw content that we displayed in this manner that we devised. But then what if we have, the next issue would be, how do we make sense of all of this information? Because hopefully we will have lots and lots of this raw content in the future as courses develop. And so we need to group them in a list. So then there was another idea to create a database list type of plugin, which of course didn't exist because this is a now very specific requirement. And if you notice, we start connecting one plugin to another. So then we have another plugin that we developed, and we have another plugin that I'm showing you now that are tightly connected because they are reliant on each other's information. So then we start to make this kind of suite of plugins. And in here, I have a list of one item of the content that I showed you before. But if I came here and I added another of these layouts that we created, I name it demo, and then, as I said, we had the situation where we have to deal with the metadata so that we can know what information we are exchanging with the repository. So then we have metadata field 1 through 7 that we can overwrite with our own values, or we can automatically drag from the repository itself. Say, for example, if I pick just any random collection here, and we by consensus, we agreed that we will have this type of system where we create an empty metadata file that contains all information about the content that we will display. In this case, for example, composer or language, first line, title in English, etc. So then we bring all the metadata automatically from the repository. And we have the same kind of starting page, empty page, as I showed you before, where I was adding the PDFs. Now we have an empty page, so I can add from the beginning and add just any file. So I add this. But now you will see that if I edit the settings of this demo interface I made, we already drew all the metadata from the repository. So then, this took a few discussions on how to really arrange this system so that it would be flexible enough for the future, but also aimed with specific aim to what we are doing in these courses. So now we save this again, and if we come to the list I showed you that previously had only one item. You should now, if I save it again, we have now 2 items automatically refreshed. So then the more items we add, then we can increase this list and then look for some instance of our data and come to the content itself. So this is more or less everything we were doing. So I have mentioned the poster plugin, which is the display, the resource space plugin, which is the connection to the repository, and the list plugin, which is this list that you're looking at the screen, and the file plugin, which was the very first step that we gave, which was to have a kind of like a square where we could display any type of file. And so they are all now more or less working together. And so I very quickly also want to mention something about the criteria that we use to give it the format that we gave, because even though this Intermusic project is specific for 3 topics, well, more or less 3 topics, and we can specifically craft our plugins to these topics, we should really look into the future and see how can we lay the ground so that later we don't have to redo ourselves, and we can have a kind of like an open end so that we can scale the project and apply it to more diverse courses or applications or topics, etc. So there's some sort of compromise in between going very specific and or going very broad in terms of application, because as you might know, we had to at some point hard code names of, like, for example, we have now composer title in English. These titles could be hard coded or could be variables. So then we need to find a way in which we can make it a variable so that people can later override this information and substitute it with their own metadata if they decide that they don't want to use the composer line and instead use year, for example. So then we have that functionality already. And then, of course, there are many things that we are still to do. Then, as Mantautas mentioned, we are still to finalize the documentation and fix some corner cases, like if you delete this, and what do you want, the data to disappear or to remain like this, which needs probably more interaction from the side of content creators, so that we get this feedback of what is better in terms of what to leave, what to change, etc., etc. And another thing that we, as Mantautas also mentioned, that we are still to do is the whole integration with video conferencing, and whether to stick to Big Blue Button or to change to Jitsi, and whether or not to go deeper and try to hack or to put pressure on the people, the developers of the switching system that is underneath these video conferencing platforms, so that we can improve the audio quality. I mean, there are layers and layers that we can go deeper and deeper. So these are still things to do, and then I think this is all I have in my notes about in terms of the development, things to do, why we did the things we did, and how the things started. So I don't know if you have anything to add, Mantas, about these things.
No, I think it's fine for now. We I think have to now go over to, we are even a few minutes behind the schedule. We have now go over to presenting the course contents and how they were developed by coordinators of each course. So thank you very much to Roberto, and we will try to answer the questions in chat as well in the session at the end. And I now would like to give ground to teachers from music theory and composition courses. And in this case, I think we would first start with Paolo Rimoldi,
yes.
who will, hi Paolo, nice to see you, who will present the work on composing for Chinese instruments course. Please, Paolo.
Thank you, Mantas. Hello, everybody. I'm Paolo Rimoldi from Milan Conservatoire. I will give a very short and very quick presentation of the composition course given by me and two colleagues, Professor Jonas Jurkunas from Vilnius Academy and Professor Tuan Hao Tan from Copenhagen Academy. So the composition course for Chinese instruments took place in 3 moments. In the first, the players of the Confucius Institute at the Royal Danish Academy of Music in Copenhagen recorded videos with examples of performing techniques. I can show you, I can share my screen. Okay, and that's an example of the videos.
Ethan. I come from China. Today I will introduce guzheng. Usually the player will pluck the strings on the right side and press the strings on the left side. Now I'll introduce some techniques on guzheng. The first one is named the tremolo. If I want to long notes, I will use this one.
These are some pictures of the instruments and of the performing techniques.
And for the left hand, sometimes I use the glissando.
Okay, and these videos were uploaded to the INTERMUSIC platform together with the technical sheets about each instrument and together with some other theoretical text and technical texts so that the students of composition could study them. This is a technical sheet with symbols and explanation. The second part of the course was the more strictly creative one, in which the composition students, under the guidance of their respective teachers, wrote their pieces in 4 successive steps. And all these steps were uploaded to the platform for evaluation by the teachers.
You have any questions for us? The big glissatos, glissandos, that have to go from higher to low on both sides of the strings, and only from high to low once.
And during this period, 2 online sessions with a 3 points connection were held for discussion, technical study, and first reading of the pieces by the performer. And you can see an example of the first draft of one of the pieces.
Perfect. Very good.
Okay.
Difficult, which you're talking about? Yeah.
Maybe the first bar.
Okay.
Yes, like now is like that, but maybe I think maybe I can do like.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Maybe it's
great.
not. Maybe it's not the style you want.
No, it's better. It's really good. Yeah.
And the third part of the course, which due to the pandemic took place in blended mode with the Lithuanian students in Copenhagen and the Italian students connected via the internet, was that of the final rehearsal session, which led to a concert in the context of the Pulsar Festival, which took place in Copenhagen on last March 10th. Okay, from a didactic point of view, I can say that in my experience and in that of most of my colleagues, for at least 15 years, it has been normal to use any online connection method for the exchange of educational material, texts, scores, audio, etc. Usually more difficult to achieve and therefore more appreciated in this case has been the possibility of remote collaborative interaction between composers and performers. And yet the current technological advancements lay the foundation for ambitious endeavors. We can envision the design of interactive archives, a sort of Borgesian library of Babel of all the instruments of any tradition and culture, and of their performing techniques, both traditional and extended. And that's all.
Thanks very much, Paolo. We have also Enrico Pietrocola, who would be able to present another exploration from this module of composition and music theory. We also had music theory colleagues working on the courses, and I showed some excerpts in my presentation of their work on analysis and solfege. However, now I ask Enrico to step in. One moment. Yes. Okay. So.
Okay. Can you
Hi,
hear me
Enrico.
now?
Yes.
Hello. Thank you, Mantas. Hello, everybody. So I would like to do a quick disclaimer. Somebody on the other side of the wall is working and is hammering the wall. So if you hear noise, I'm sorry about it. I tried to speak with them, but they're not listening. But yeah, hello. My name is Enrico Pietrocola, and I am here today to talk to you about this network music workshop we did. I will share my screen. So screen 1, yes. Yes. So could you confirm that you're seeing the entire, my slides at full screen?
Oh, good.
That's good. Okay. I can do this. All right. Thank you. So we did this network music workshop, and we had it during this last year. In order to introduce you to this experience, I would like to provide you with a bit of background. So the picture you see on my slide here was taken in Milan's Verdi Hall, and this is basically where the Conservatory in Milan had the first distributed concert in 2015 between Milan and Copenhagen. I was in charge to install the Lola workstation and to play live electronic music during part of this concert. And it was part of my bachelor dissertation, basically. And if you see this picture here, this is me, actually. So after that, the INTERMUSIC project started. It was created, and I am now here as one of its participants. So what is network music performance? Wikipedia says that a network musical performance is a real-time interaction over a computer network that enables musicians in different locations to perform as if they were in the same room. And I like to say that, wait a second, all right. I like to say that interactions may include performers, conductors, but can include as well audience, traditional instruments, electronic instruments, video, and more. It's a very free environment. Now, it doesn't stop there. I always like to specify that network music doesn't really have to be on a long distance as long as you are using a network. Even in the same room or on the same stage, if you are on a network, you're still doing some sort of network music. And it allows many creative processes aside the ones of traditional music played in presence, of course. There's more. A network is a physical medium. And on the internet, this is one of the things I love about this. Light could travel slower than sound. And since video data basically is heavier or longer processed than audio data. And even more, the time in which something propagates on a network might not be consistent. Data could have different transmission speeds on the same network during the performance because the latency, the delay of the network, and the stability are variable during a performance, for example, in time. This concept highlights issues and new possible ideas in music. And back to Milan. So this is a string quartet playing a piece of Beethoven in the same concert as in the first picture. And while rehearsing, we came to the conclusion that the piece was too fast and the latency, the network's delay basically, was too high for the students to complete the piece without slowing down or losing the feeling of pleasure of playing together. This is because networks have a latency, as I said, and this latency is something that cannot be avoided. It depends on the distance, basically, between the 2 points of the connection, if you are doing a 2-point connection like we were doing in Milan. In this concert, we had 35 milliseconds of latency. It might not seem a very high value, but it's almost double of the time difference when we stop hearing two sounds at unison. So it's actually a very, very high value, by very high latency. Now, Mantautas, are you there? Can I ask you? Yes. All right. So usually I'm just talking about theory because we are in presence, but today we are on Zoom, and we know that Zoom has a pretty high latency. So I will ask Mantautas to count with me. So I will count 1, 2, 3, and I will ask you to count the 4 on time. Okay?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3.
4.
All right. So I cannot see your faces, but on our end, we heard 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm pretty sure that Mantautas counted on time, of course, but this is latency. This is why it's very difficult to play online with at least widespread common voice chats or applications to basically speak. Because the latency is too high in order to interact with each other. So you will probably hear more about issues and strategies on network latency later in the webinar, but I would like to say that this limitation implies a repertoire issues. As I said, Beethoven, some pieces of Beethoven were impossible to play. Mainly because it affects how performers perceive timing and musical interaction. And this picture here shows how different latency times affect untrained and expert musicians. And the darker ranges here, the darker ranges are the comfort zone when the feeling of playing together is good enough for a quality performance. And the lighter gray here and here is the ensemble performance threshold, which is basically when the pleasure of playing together is decreased because of the stress of dealing with delays, as you just heard, in a response with others. With a higher latency, we usually think it is not possible to play, higher latency than 150 milliseconds if you are an expert musician. Let's make clear that here on Zoom, for example, as we just saw, we're talking at an average latency that would not fit in this graphic. It would just go right here, probably, because it's too high, of course. And as I said, a network is a physical medium. You could see a network environment as a stage or a rehearsing or concert venue. And we have many different types of these venues, and they are usually characterized by acoustics that are optimized for some music genre. And a highly characterized acoustic, like one in network music performance, necessitates of a properly chosen repertoire, in my opinion. The same way why you usually don't play loud and fast hard rock music in a gym or in a church, for example. So what is interesting in network music? Exploiting network physical laws to create something new that is meant to be performed on a network. Latency can be used as quality feature in the performance. For example, for what I do is electronic algorithmic music. It's not really, most of the time, affected by latency. And connecting multiple rooms might be used to create even more complex acoustics and processes. For example, desynchronization, in which you can have different places playing together in the same performance in real time, but playing totally differently. So the audio content is different, but the processes, the time in which you're playing, and the overall performance is the same. And it's still the same performance. It's just that the places are sounding different. And this is very, very interesting in my opinion. So the design, we came up with this workshop with the idea to experiment with students and create something on a network for the network, using mostly free and, when possible, open source software and material. And everything about this workshop was online. I never met any of the students in the workshop. Students, participants were all bachelor students from Copenhagen, Milan, and Vilnius. They had different study backgrounds and overall basic to intermediate computer skills. None of them had any network music performance experience. Some knew what Lola was, for example, because we had Lola for a long time in Milan, but they never really used it. And the course was very dynamic. The workshop was very dynamic in this because we had to create content lesson by lesson because of the different backgrounds of the students. They were mainly involved in sound design or new technologies, but they had very, very different backgrounds. They were, Milan had more composers and programmers. For example, Copenhagen had more students from the sound design background, with the sound design background or Tonmeister. So we had to design everything from scratch, let's say. So performing started using common virtual meeting software. We talked about Jitsi. We used Jitsi Meet. We tried it. We used Discord as another test. Discord is another WebRTC application, which is mainly used for gaming, but it's great for communication overall. We used Mumble, which is another open source WebRTC application. And we used BBlueButton, as we said before. And then because of the software we chose to experiment on, we focused content on the use of the human voice, because voice chats are optimized to give the best quality on the voice spectrums. And this is where we could find one of those hacks to actually make music in one of these systems. And then we focused sound organization on time and phase in order to take advantage of latency. And here the inspiration from Steve Reich was absolutely the best thing possible, because talking about latency and talking about phase, you can combine the things and make something great online without having, all the issues I talked before. And then we moved to a data to control signal plus a application I made in order to have an emulation of a local network after the coronavirus and quarantine. So we moved all the sound to local synthesis, and we just communicated with control signal in order to allow basically allowed a decent audio quality and communication with students with a sloppy and with a slow and choppy internet connection. And that was very challenging, but it actually had a great result. So we created this performance that is still not recorded because we are waiting for the bigger event to play together. And this performance was developed and played exclusively on the internet. And it's basically a performance which is not affected by network issues, which is great during these times. And in the next weeks, I will create more documentation software, and I'll publish the code I wrote about it. And everything will be published on the INTERMUSIC platform and on my personal repository. And so that we can help anybody else who wants to start a similar experience in the future. So yeah, this is my contact, and please feel free to write me about anything, like any questions, any curiosities, any information. Would you like to participate to one of these programs? Would you like to create one together? I can give any kind of consulting and help. And even if you want the material and you can find it in the future, just this is my personal email, so I'll be as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Enrico. Great. Thank you for presenting another part of composition and music theory module. If there are any questions, again, feel free to wait until the end of the webinar and the discussion there, as well as contact Enrico via chat. The same goes for Paolo and any of us. And now I think we can move to presentation of another output, intellectual output, and the work done with vocal music literature. Christen, are you there and ready?
Yes.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to present Christen Stubbe Teglbjaerg from Copenhagen.
Yes.
Royal Danish Academy of Music. So
yeah, here I am. Sorry. So yes, let me introduce myself. I am a pianist and vocal coach at the Royal Danish Academy of Music and associate professor, and have been working here for like 30 years with singers especially. And during this work, we and also in combination with the cut downs on economics, we have thought of many ways how to use our means in the best way to optimize the learning process for singers. And one of the areas that is really important and more important over the years is to upgrade and to learn the language skills of the students. So my colleague Eva Hess Tyson, who is also the head of the vocal department at our academy, and myself, we came up with this idea of finding a way how to use this platform to create a course where you can actually study different languages, and in this case, of course, it would be Danish and Italian and Russian for the Lithuanian Academy. These three important languages, Danish, of course, and then to optimize the learning process for students studying by themselves and through blended learning and through direct learning in the physical room. The participants have been 3 teachers from each institution: Stelia Dos from ConsMi, Eva Hess-Tyson from the Royal Danish Academy, and Algirdas Janutas from LMTA. We have been working with 15 students, 5 from each conservatoire, and other involved performers and contributors have been pianists, vocal coaches, actors who have recorded recitations of the texts, language and IPA. I come back to this. This is the International Phonetic Alphabet, where these experts have contributed, and editors of scores, of course. Sound engineers and computer experts and programmers: Roberto Becerra from LMTA, Mantautas, and myself to some extent, being an amateur user of programming. We have been working with 60 titles, 20 songs or arias, recits, 20 songs and arias, recits on each language. And the contents have been IPAs, scores with IPA, translations of different kinds, and recordings, video, audio, all these different elements, because we wanted to investigate how these different elements would improve the learning process if they were available all at the same time. We have spent a lot of time, as Roberto Becerra pointed out, on the functionalities of the platform, and this has been quite a leading project within the platform that has sort of set a standard for the platform for other courses too. Now I would like to share my screen with you, and let's see if I can find it here. And I don't have a screen share here, I think. Do I? Mantautas?
I think you should have screen share, yes.
Yes, I have it here. Let's see here. I would start my video here and share my screen in a moment. This is quick time, just a minute. There we are. This, and I will maximize this, and I will share my screen here. Share. Can you see this video now?
My name is Christen, Stubbe Teglbjaerg, and this presentation will take you through the journey from idea to realization of the platform, the use of it, and an assessment of the results and future use of the platform, mastering vocal literature in foreign languages within INTERMUSIC Project. My name is Christen, Stubbe Teglbjaerg, and this presentation will take you through the journey from idea to realization of the platform, the use of it, and an assessment of the results and future use of the platform, mastering vocal literature in foreign languages within INTERMUSIC Project. This photo is taken during one of our distance learning sessions via Lola, and is showing my co-creator and colleague, Associate Professor Eva Hess-Tyson from RDAM, teaching soprano Nicoletta Zappa at ConsMi Milano with myself at the piano. Eva is sitting here next to me, and we will do this presentation together.
A classical singer's daily practice includes several elements, among others, vocal exercises, physical exercises, acting technique, and language and declamation. The aim of this platform is to optimize the learning process in the study of foreign languages in song literature.
Why? Yeah, the recording industry has raised the demands for perfection from singers and other musicians. All higher music education institutions experience financial cuts, which requires higher efficiency in teaching.
Our hope and goals are therefore that the student will meet his or her voice teacher, vocal coach, or language coach on a higher level of preparation, optimizing the musical and artistic learning process.
The materials used are the text in different versions, the score, video and audio recordings.
The different versions of the texts are the original, the phonetic transcription, which is using the International Phonetic Alphabet, the IPA, and is a core element of the course. It is an increasingly well-known tool in the study of languages for singers, and it is included as a subject in many curricula around the world. A word-to-word translation is an essential tool that enables the singer to emotionally understand every single word rather than the overall meaning. This has a great impact on the ability to connect thought, body, and sound. The lyric translation gives an understandable impression of the poem, but remains the translator's interpretation.
Each of the characters in the International Phonetic Alphabet corresponds to a unique sound in a language. And here are examples of IPA transcriptions of Italian, Danish, and Russian texts.
And here an example of a word-to-word translation of Boiardo's poem Tu te ne vai with IPA, main text in bold, IPA aligned above, and word-to-word aligned below.
The same text with lyric translation.
And the score of Ghedini's music to Boiardo's poem, where the IPA transcription is added and aligned under the original text. The advantage of this is that the singer can immediately and continuously read the pronunciation of a word while singing.
The media files used consists of recordings of performances and recordings of recited text.
The music is recorded with voice students on both video and audio.
An example of a video recording.
In quel fiero contrasto, in quel disordine di pensieri e di affetti, io mi ritrovo.
The audio files are either the sound captured from the video or other recordings.
And here's an example, Despina's chocolate recipe from Mozart's Così fan tutte in a slow version to clarify all articulation details.
Che vita maledetta è il far la cameriera. Dal mattino alla sera si fa, si suda, si lavora e poi, di tanto che si fa, nulla è per noi.
The same text in the slow version, but with pauses for the user to repeat after the bell sound.
Che vita maledetta è il far la cameriera.
Che vita maledetta è il far la cameriera.
Dal mattino alla sera.
Dal mattino alla sera.
Si fa, si suda, si lavora.
Si fa, si suda, si lavora.
And here the artistic recitation of the same text to illustrate a possible rendition of the text.
Che vita maledetta è il far la cameriera. Dal mattino alla sera si fa, si suda, si lavora e poi, di tanto che si fa, nulla è per noi.
And now a 3-minute tour around the interface of the platform. I will take you directly to the core, which is the contents, the list of songs and arias. And you will see this sortable and searchable table. If you would like to study a specific piece, you open the corresponding poster by clicking Poster in the leftmost column, which brings you to this view where you can see the arrangement of the elements earlier described. In In this text and score block, you can switch between viewing the score, the translation, the word-to-word transcription with IPA by clicking these tabs. The files in this block are all printable and downloadable. Likewise, in the media block, you can switch between viewing the video or listen to the music audio file or the different versions of the recited text. This means that you can combine any document view with watching or hearing any media file, for example, go together with video or word-to-word in combination with a version of the recited text. In qual fiero contra. In the blocks below, you can access additional material such as reference recordings, literature such as librettos, biographies, or various research materials. You can make comments or suggestions in the comments block. To navigate back to the list of songs and arias table, you click here. Let's go back to the main page of the course. Here you can access other relevant materials such as links and articles, IPA, user tutorials, apart from other course-specific features like uploads, planning and scheduling, and evaluations.
The platform offers both online and blended learning. Online learning via the platform takes place through the use of the offered text and media files, which can be combined by your own choice. Blended learning can also take place via the platform through the use of the video conference activity Big Blue Button, which in addition to video link offers screen sharing, whiteboard and session recording. Other services like Skype, Messenger, Zoom and FaceTime can and have been used.
The course was offered to a test group of 5 voice students from each conservatoire and planned in sections of predefined self-study in combination with virtual real-time sessions. For the purpose of the further development of the platform, each section of the course was followed by an evaluation. The culmination should have been a gathering in the physical room, concluding with a concert at ConsMi Milan, but this wasn't possible due to travel restrictions. An attempt was made to do the concert online, but even this solution was not possible due to the closure of our conservatoires. Online and blended learning via video conferencing in Big Blue Button or Skype has focused on language pronunciation, articulation, and declamation. Blended learning via LOLA in distance learning facilities has focused on integrating the linguistic elements into a musical performance. The student in one end, the teacher and the accompanist at the other.
A short example of an early language coaching Skype session from RDAM Copenhagen to ConsMi Milano.
Till Storken små.
Yeah, Storken små. Now again, even though it's SM, which is very voiced in Italian, it's små, no voiced S.
Små.
Yeah.
Små.
Små, yeah. Not små, but små.
Små.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
All right.
And naked, with the pronunciation of naked.
Yeah, it's nickel. Nickel. Again, the nickel.
Nickel.
Yeah, nickel.
3 views from a 2-point LOLA sessions in the triangle ConsMi Milano, LMTA Vilnius and RDAM Copenhagen.
Tupabo. Well, the D is, it's not a T, it's dupa. Tupa. Yeah. Dupa. It's not like two in Italian. Okay. It's like, well, you don't have that D in Italian. No. So, tupa. Medicine, dupa. You put the tongue against the heart. Okay. Palate, yeah. Tupa. Dupa. Tupa. Tupa. There it is. Okay. That was it. Hey, we got it. Okay. Tupa. Very good. Okay. That's it. Okay. Good. Let's just do that verse again. Den grønne sig med linden.
Den grønne sig med linden.
Okay, let's sing it. Yes. Okay, very good.
Den grønne sig med linden stikker til stokken små. Den vimple sig for excuse me. Okay.
Leggerissimo.
Okay.
Like a very light soprano.
Oh, okay.
Yes?
Yes.
It's another color of the voice. Mm-hmm. Let's connect together. Maybe the with aspiration.
Yeah, okay, with aspiration.
Yes.
Okay.
Not legatissimo.
Okay.
With sadness.
Okay.
Again, a tempo.
Si oggi.
With the whole note.
Non mi perdoni se già sulla tempia baciata i capelli son bianchi. No. I capelli son bianchi.
Yeah. Because it's strange that she is young, but she's speaking about the whites. Yeah.
Non mi perdoni se già sulla tempia baciata i capelli son bianchi. Guardai quei capelli son.
From the pre-course questionnaire, we know that only 2 out of the 15 students had done online teaching before, and only 1 had used the IPA frequently. Based on this, the students had experienced a very steep learning curve from January to March this year. From the final evaluation, we have learned that the students found the balance between self-study and online teaching good, and that the students would like to use the platform in the future if more languages were added. Another positive outcome is that 92% of the respondents would include the repertoire they learned through Intermusic in their future concert repertoire. The final teacher evaluation is not representative due to the very small population of only 3 voice teachers. However, the teachers agree that IPA is a useful tool when teaching voice, and that the hard work that went into the preparation of the material was well spent. For further development, we learned that the platform should be fitted for tablet and smartphone, and that a recording of the piano accompaniment as music -1 would be useful.
During the course of this project, we encountered some issues like compatible browsers on computers are, for the time being, the only Google Chrome and Firefox, which of course is a limitation for the spread of the use. The ambition should be to make the platform browser independent. Smartphones and tablets are the students' preferred hardware platforms. The underlying engine in INTERMUSIC Moodle is in fact adaptable for both smartphones and tablets, but needs adjusting in order to make it really usable on these hardware platforms. The sound quality in the video conference activity for music teaching needs to be enhanced with adjustable audio gain, background noise suppressing, and echo cancelling. Our future ambition is to make the platform usable as a tool in various kinds of language teaching for non-skilled computer users. The process of uploading new material to the media repository and making new posters in Moodle needs to be greatly simplified, ending up with a simple drag and drop feature.
The overall outcome of the course Mastering Vocal Literature in Foreign Languages has been very positive. The students have been able to reach a very high level in their preparation. However, no matter how much the students can gain from the use of the platform, it cannot replace the physical encounter between student and teacher in the studio. Since the outbreak of the coronavirus, online music teaching has become an everyday activity in higher music education. In a way, this has given the INTERMUSIC Project a welcome opportunity to prove its worth. And to underline this, we would like to end this presentation by sharing some student comments. Victoria from Vilnius: the whole platform really helps to get to know the context of the compositions and makes it very easy to learn to sing in a language we do not speak, for example, Danish. Nicoletta from Milan: I like the platform. It is very rich in solutions. I don't think there's anything to change. Daniel from Copenhagen: fantastic project which gave an opportunity to learn a lot. The overall concept is really, really good. I hope it will grow. And so do we. Thank you for your attention.
We would like to credit many contributors:
Participating students,
voice teachers,
singers,
accompanists,
actors,
sound engineers,
and administrative personnel,
without whom this project couldn't have been realized.
So, this presentation sort of covers everything, only I would like just to elaborate a little on the evaluations from the students. And let me just find my keynote presentation. No, there we are. And if I just use share, yes, I will. But I think this is now your. I think I need to do it like this. I hope you can see it. We are put forward 7 questions for the students. Did you work with IPA before INTERMUSIC? And you can see 67% of them. No, I think this is. I need to go here. There we are. First question. Which features of the platform did you find the most useful in your work? And you can see we have listed IPA and score, word-to-word translation, lyric translation, and you can see all the different elements. And all of them are either helpful or very helpful from all students. And did you find it helpful that you could choose the screen design? This is more 50-50, or exactly 50-50. When we mean by that you actually can choose the different views, score together with a video or audio or text together with the recitations. Do you think IPA is a useful tool for a singer? Almost everybody. And I think that there are a couple who doesn't really don't think that. I think that's more a question of getting acquainted of the use of the IPA. How did you find the balance between self-study and online teaching? There's a good balance, and some would like more online teaching, which I find interesting, and more self-study. Well, that could be up to themselves, I think. Would you use this platform in the future if it were expanded to include more languages? That's 100%. that's a really good thing, I think. Would you have preferred a recording of the piano accompaniment as part of the platform that is sort of a music -1? And 75% would think that was a good idea. And the last question, do you think you would include some of your Intermusic songs in your future concert repertoire? And now we need to remember that all these songs were new and on foreign languages, of course, for everybody. 92% of them would actually include this in a future concert repertoire. So all in all, I think we have a go from the students to develop this further. And the future, and now I will stop my screen sharing. There we are. The future, I think, because one of the ambitions of this project, I think, was actually to build up a mutual bank, library of songs and arias with text like this from all of the European conservatoires to represent all languages. This could be really, really interesting. How this should be done is still an open question. There are some challenges in this, of course, but also thinking of other purposes like minor languages, dialects, to preserve and to have a place to register things like this, I think could be very useful. Of course, we have all these different kinds of elements, video and audio and recitations and texts and scores. Basically, this is not all of the elements are not really needed. I think one could actually make good use of the platform with just a recitation of the text and the original text and an IPA, for example. And then little by little, one can complete with the music recordings, with the video recordings. So it's not compulsory to have all elements represented. It would still be useful. Yeah, I think this is about it for me. It has been a fantastic project, but also a very, very comprehensive and very time-consuming work, I should say. But we are only happy to share our experiences and recommendations on how to go on from here. So I thank you and for your patience, and I look forward to questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christen. There is a question now in chat. Apart from the live video YouTube, will we have access to all the slides and videos? I think we could package it and put all the material we have been presenting on the website of the project website. Another thing to mention that by the end of the project, of course, we will integrate as much as possible the project website together with the development website and make some of the contents possibly publicly available as a demo content, let's say. So that is still something to do, but of course, I mean, we will try to share slides with everybody then and other material. As we now still have some time until scheduled break, and there was a request to talk a bit about music theory, I could just very quickly try to share a bit of my screen and show in the Intermusic website a little bit more from music theory, just maybe a few minutes to compensate for skipping this content, let's say. So you can see it, right? We have chord analysis course here as an example developed by Martin Lause from Copenhagen, Royal Danish Academy of Music. And he basically converted part of his book on chord analysis into Moodle ebook format, which, as I've mentioned, in 3.9 version of Moodle has a nicer browser interface. We have still to update to that, but that will not be hard. Also, he was inventive by using H5P content, which also has a great integration in newest Moodle version for chord analysis as some kind of let's say training possibility for students, where you have to basically drag and drop things from chosen chords. I'm just doing it randomly, of course, and then you see I kind of failed. I can retry, and there are some other examples too, as different kind of slides. It is just one example of H5P. H5P includes nice things like interactive videos which stop, and then you can see the let's say some test or interaction between student and user, which could be also useful because music theory and history are quite close to some theory subjects in other topics. Of course, they have much more specific multimedia requirements. I think using the H5P and delving deeper into it is a nice thing. But maybe I will leave you just to contact the colleagues which were working on music theory subjects. Soon we will have a break. Maybe we could start the break earlier. I would like to ask everybody to fill in the questionnaire. Yes, Christen, this is the Christen's address, and also we will have a discussion at the end. Actually, as we still have some time before the break, maybe there is like some questions to Christen, like one or two, which could be answered now. Because I think this module was the one which was done the most thoroughly and also inspired the most of the development for us. We thank very much Christen for his dedication to this work. It was great work together, and we think that we will continue doing that, building the repository of languages, maybe finding some other forms and formats for it as a pedagogical tool, even, because I think this idea grew out even from the single course to something more of a whole strategy and methodology. Okay, so if there are no questions for the moment, let me announce the break. We will meet in, well, let's say 15 plus 11, 25, 20-ish minutes, 25-ish minutes. And meanwhile, we would kindly ask you, I'm pasting this link into the chats to fill in this evaluation form for this webinar. And maybe I will just also put on a break slide, and let's all rest a bit. and we're looking forward seeing you back here 11:15 or
Yes.
12:15.
Sorry, Mantas.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe in the meanwhile, we can remind everybody the address of the website if they just want to have a look around and just see.
Yes. I will put up the slide with both websites of the project. Definitely.
And just a last question to Christen, just to how much demanding was to put up this course? I mean, in terms of time, effort, and skills required.
Yes. Well, I mean, on my own part, I saw this as big advantage that I had on myself as a pianist and also knowledge of languages and in combination with some computer skills and knowledge on that was obviously an advantage. And as I mentioned, not all elements in the course are needed in order to make it function in a sensible way. So the level of work, the amount of work, much depends on what you would like to put on. For example, you want to study a specific song, and if you have the score, and if you have an IPA text and a translation, that is not that complicated. Then you can upload this to the platform, and this process should be, as I mentioned, be very, very, very simple and easy for everybody. And then you can go. And of course, making video recordings, this is a big setup, and making audio recordings maybe not that big and complicated. And adding IPA, which to the scores, I think this is something that we should sort of convince the music editors of Boozy and Hawkes, Universal, Ricordi, the sensibility of that it would be very, very useful for singers to have an IPA translation in their scores, in the vocal scores. So of course it has been quite an effort for me to add all these IPAs to the scores, but it has proved really, really useful. So now we have a better starting point in convincing external partners in providing these facilities, I think. So, but of course it has been a huge work. But as I mentioned, you don't need to have all the elements in order to make it usable in a sensible way.
Thank you, Christen. And now there is a question from...
Yes. Please, Michael, I try to unmute you.
Yes.
Maybe with
yes, I think you have done. My question is, for a long time in the States and in the United Kingdom where I teach now, we've used the IPA for languages, and I'm curious as to whether that's been the practice on the continent, because we have used IPA for quite a long time. In fact, we start in the beginning with IPA, and we encourage the students to put it in their scores. And the other question is, I was noticing that the pianist and the teacher were in one room, and the student was in the other room, and yet there was synchronicity with the piano and the voice, and I've found this to be a virtual impossibility in practice. So how did you manage that?
Well, thank you for your question. On the IPA, I can say that I know, and we are well aware, that the States have been using this for quite some time, and it is actually inspired from that knowledge that you're actually doing. And we know that there are quite a few editions with you can buy. Nico Castel from we are acquainted with that, and of course it is very much inspired from that material. So and of course, us being maybe more used to have a common language like English or other, we are not forced to you are maybe not forced to learn foreign languages to the same degree as we are. But it's now we actually have IPA as a part of our curriculum at our institution, and I know it is spreading around Europe also. So. And on the synchronization, well, this is actually because we are using the LoLa, which is low latency, which means, and now Mantas, you must correct me, but within a distance of around 2,000 kilometers, we actually have a latency which is lower than 30 milliseconds, or which actually I mean, it feels like
yes, it's doable. Yes.
So this is not edited in any way. This is actually as it is done in real life, and my own experience having done a lot of LoLa sessions within Europe, that you after a few minutes or then you actually forget that you are in different, that you have this distance, so it actually becomes like sitting in the same room. It's quite interesting.
Well, just a little comment about LoLa. It's like a video conferencing system, but it has quite specific requirements. I mean, first of all, you have to contact the developers. LoLa is sponsored by GARR, which is like a network association of Italian let's say, academic network institutions. Thank you for the link. And also you have to have a very specific hardware, which that software can drive. And you basically have to have a couple of specialists running the show. You have to have a network specialist, and you have to have sound and video specialist at least, you know. Another thing is that you have to be a part of stable academic networks. So I think in the United States it's called Internet 2, like an association of Internet 2, and in Europe it's GENT network, which is like an association of all European academic networks coordinated by CERN mainly. So that's just, yeah. Thank you for supplement in the chat. Okay, so let's maybe have a break now and then return now after 18 minutes, easier to calculate, and see you very soon. And you are welcome, of course. Keep on contacting us by chats and in all other means. I'm just putting a break slide. See you soon.
Thank you.
break is coming to an end. And soon we will be able to follow the program further. Still a few minutes. So next we will talk about chamber music. Massimo, you are there, as I see.
Yes, I am.
Perfect. We can hear you perfectly. Let's still maybe wait a minute and then you can start.
Yeah, tell me when. All right, my pleasure. I hope you are all well. Do you want me to introduce the argument or shall I wait?
Well, let's say be punctual. It's still it's exactly 15 past. So I think we can slowly start.
All right. So let me introduce a little bit. So because I know myself and I used to talk too much. That's why I realized a little video clip. It's just 8 minutes where I try to tell you the story of our, let's say, chamber music adventure into the program INTERMUSIC. So, but in advance, let me say that chamber music on internet meant as different, as musical groups splitted in different rooms in every corner of the world, sounds to be an absurd for chamber musicians. So the challenge at the beginning of the program was, my God, to win the idea that you can make chamber music not in a chamber. And maybe to win the idea that this technology would substitute a concert performer, I mean music performing. So we were at the beginning unanimously of the idea to work on a real music performance, but to use these technologies and the opportunities of offered by these technologies in preparing a real concert. So we tried also to work, let's say, to make a little research. So to offer to the researchers the possibility to analyze the results, even for the audio and video quality and for the technical requirements of the transmissions. So we have chosen different sets of instruments. So woodwinds, strings, of course, percussion, meant as piano, voice, and so on. That's why we decided also not to work with one set, but with different sets of chamber musicians. So that's the first thing. Seems to be easy, isn't it? Let's just put together some pieces and go on. But it wasn't, because every school has its calendar and the students are really busy, and I will tell you in the video clip our problems. And then there was another question. You know, when you work with students, you have to be careful about the stress you give them, and to work with 3 different teachers maybe, and to concentrate then a whole work to a performance, a real performance that you prepare then on site in a few days could cause some maybe problems, I mean, some stress. So we tried to avoid this stress. And we achieved this. I mean, it was so beautiful. Let me tell you in advance that after this preparatory phase, let's say, the online rehearsals, meeting in person in Vilnius before the concert, just a few days, 2 days before the concert, was terribly exciting for the students. So it was like I don't know, a marriage agency. And so finally the persons met. I was there, and it was so funny for me to listen to phrases like, "Oh my God, I thought that you were taller," or something like this. So the pleasure to meet and to play music together finally was one of the most beautiful achievements we got, I think. So, but I don't want to be too long. As I told you, when I speak too much. So in order to be brief and concise, so please, Mantautas, please send the little video, so it's 8 minutes sharp, out the story, and then I'm here for your questions, and I would be very glad to answer to them. So have a nice view. Thank you.
Hi everybody, here is Massimo Cottica. I am professor for chamber music at the Conservatory of Music in Milan, Italy. I am the coordinator of the 6th output in the INTERMUSIC project dedicated to chamber music. Our team was composed by my colleagues, Professors Indre Beichstite, Jesper Andersen and myself. One goal was to improve the system and try to explore its possibilities into our discipline, trying to imagine how to use it also in a professional view and think about how to implement it into the curricula of the students in our institutions. The other goal was to test and develop a module on the platform Moodle for chamber music. We spoke also about the possibility to create a network of musicians and ensembles, asking the students to post their professional profiles. That might generate an international community where the students could look for partners interested in participating to some specific chamber music repertoires. We spent a lot of time on the organization and to get acquainted to the Moodle platform and trying to solve the fact that every institution follows different calendars. It wasn't that easy to combine all the activities and the online rehearsals. Then we selected some students from every institution in order to be able to work with different families of instruments. At the end, we worked with 4 different sets: 3 duos, violin and guitar, voice and guitar, cello and piano, and 1 piano quintet: oboe, clarinet, horn, bassoon, and piano. Actually, due to technical and financial problems, we failed in using the 3 points online rehearsals. In fact, one of the 3 institutions connected had a too high latency and consequently could participate as listener, not as active player. We failed also in improving the platform Moodle, even if talking about our output specifically. In this case, it couldn't help that much. In my opinion, concerning our discipline would be a great platform. For example, for sharing materials and opinions, to create a repository of the online lessons and debate them also later on. But we couldn't force the students to use it better as they did, because all our activities were extracurricular for all of them. It means that we couldn't ask them for a full-time, intense cooperation. On the contrary, we achieved the main goal of the project, which was specifically to understand how to use those technologies in a pedagogical way. The online lessons went very well. Once we got the right asset of the studios, it was very easy to work with the students. The video and the sound quality was excellent. The only real enemy was, of course, the latency. I am very glad to report that every student worked hard and with enthusiasm, and every one of them was always very collaborative. In fact, the final concert in Vilnius was great, really a success, and the public was enthusiastic. At the end of the experience, we had a meeting with all the participants, and no one of them complained about the aim or about the difficulties of the project. All of them told us that they would like to integrate such a discipline in their curricula. I want to underline that even the collaboration between us as teachers was simply perfect. A couple of considerations. Online lessons are really useful, that's a fact. Since you have someone playing on one side and a teacher on the other side, that's the easiest way to use it. When you put some chamber ensembles split it on 2 or more points, the question is much more complicated, because there are limitations, talking about dynamic, balance, and fine articulation, for example. I think that the core of our achievements was to prove that after a few online rehearsals, you can meet and perform a real concert much easily, saving a lot of time and energies while working in person on site. Let me remark another aspect of the project. Teaching and working online saves a lot of energy and time. In one word, it's very ecological. Well, I'm talking to you about this project right now, during the COVID-19 pandemic. We were really lucky because we concluded our program in February 2020, only 1 week before the lockdown period. Pity that we couldn't use it now, during this very hard time with all our regular students from their homes. There is another argument I would love to share with you. The fact is that during this COVID emergency, we were forced to work from home, using only the possibilities offered by the slow private internet connections, and in different ways. I worked quite a lot live with the students of each group online at the same time, listening to each other. Sometimes I've asked the students to send me recordings, and sometimes I sent them recordings and materials from my side. In fact, in this project, Intermusic, we dedicated our attention in preparing a real concert. I mean a real music performance, requiring a quite high skills level to qualified students. After this experience, if I had the possibility to continue this program, I would explore how to use these technologies in a propedeutical way, in a preparatory level. Let's open a question and answer time. Please share your opinion with us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
So I'm the same person in the video. Yesterday I had my barbershop day after the COVID lockdown, so maybe the hair are different, but it's me. So let me correct a couple of sentences that, because of the latency again, were were a little bit misunderstood. So the first thing is the students worked well on the Intermusic project after their regular curriculum. So we couldn't ask them to work such, to spend a lot of time on Moodle, for example. So the other thing, the other sentence which was not clear was the last one, when I say that the Intermusic project was, the concept was sort of a high level. So that's why we searched some qualified students to work with, because the final goal was to perform a real concert in a little time. So now, if I could, I repeat this concept, because for me it's really important, because this COVID situation changed everything. I think every one of us had this experience, and I would be really glad to share with you what you did, a part of this Intermusic project, of course, an Intermusic session and this webinar. Will be very interesting to share how you worked with groups, because with instruments, it's okay, it's another story, but I think it's quite possible. But with groups, for example, I have a sextet right now. 2 students are in China, 2 are in Korea, and 2 are in Italy. So work with such a sextet with the common domestic internet connection is impossible. So I had to invent some way to make the student go on their work. And that was a challenge, really. And the experience in Intermusic had formed me in a way, but not in this way. I mean, in a preparatory way. So maybe one of the future of these platforms is really to work even with groups in a preparatory level, not in a professional way. Even professionally, I must say that it's fantastic. I mean, you could really rehearse with some colleagues all over the world. With this latency is possible, because this latency is almost like a stage. I mean, when you think the last violin and the contrabass on the stage, I mean, the latency between them is almost the same you have with this LoLa connection. So it's possible to work with this and with high results. So you really save a lot of time. You can really perform, you can really rehearse with your colleagues, and then go on site, a little rehearse, and go on stage. That's possible. That's a real possibility, and that's in a professional way. But one thing I never did, I never do, well, or very seldom I do during the normal lessons in the conservatory is to listen to each part. I mean, to stop the performing and say, well, that's a quintet, all right. Viola, please play the whole, I don't know, the whole first movement, or the first part of the first movement, and the other 4 listen to him or to her only. So that's a privilege. That was a privilege to have this time, because the COVID gave us a lot of time. We were every one of us was at home, and I could ask patience, and I could ask to be like me. Everyone was teacher. I mean, not like, you know, everyone critics, not in this way, but everyone listening carefully to each other part. And the idea was, let's meet in September, hoping that this period will end, and let's concert, let's put the pieces together and play the whole piece. So my experience during this period was to propose to every group I have to learn new pieces and to listen carefully to each other. So I think it was a nice experience. I'm really, really curious how will it be in September when we re-meet in person. So I think that my considerations are, well, another thing. another consideration, another danger. It's dangerous to work with a guitar on these with these technologies, because you, well, if you know a guitar, what it means make chamber music with a guitar, because you are always like this. Is it a guitar? Especially with a singer or with a violin. You heard maybe the first sounds of the video clip was really the Paganini we performed in Vilnius. And well, through this technology, you hear a fantastic guitar there. The guitarist was in Copenhagen, we were in Milano, but the idea is that the guitarist was there, and you can ask the technician, may I have a little bit more basses, for instance? Or so you can really have nice experiences, maybe dangerous, because when you meet in person, the guitar does not sound like this at all. But this danger wasn't, we didn't face this danger actually, because the both guitarists were so fantastic. I mean, they had a big sound, so it was real. I mean, the rehearsing times were okay. We had just a little, I didn't tell it in the clip, a little more latency between Vilnius and Milan. So the rehearsals between Vilnius and Milan were a little bit handicapped, but it was, I didn't understand really why, but in Milan was okay, in Vilnius was a little bit more difficult, maybe because the piano was in Vilnius. So, but latency was acceptable. I mean, we could work. So I think that's really all. Sorry, because I always talk too much. And I would be very glad to answer to your questions now or later on. I will be there. Then I will write my institutional email address on the chat. So if you want to have contacts, I would be glad to be in contact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Massimo. We still have like 10 minutes for questions. It would be very nice if there would be someone who would like to comment or ask something. In chat or I can try to unmute. Well, I mean, first of all, I would like to comment that indeed the internet built some kind of, let's say, different reality, and the things which are, let's say, more natural in a natural room and space, you know, it can be adjusted with the help of technology, and you can create different, let's say, zoom-ins on certain sound ranges, or zoom-ins with camera on certain, let's say, parts of the instruments teacher could be interested in. So, you know, it's of course, the technology can also supplement. There are some questions. There is a question from Rato. How was the sound and delay with the ensemble rehearsal? And indeed, I agree completely. Very good presentation, Massimo. Thanks. So,
well, Erato, it's a pleasure to meet you here. And the fact is that it was, of course, the most complicated set, because while you are working with a duo, you don't need so many microphones and cameras and, or I mean, views. But working with a group, maybe you need some visual, not only sound, I mean quality, and different sets of microphones. So that's why for us in Milan, talking about the quintet, Beethoven quintet, was much easier because we had just bassoon and horn in Milan. The rest of the quintet, oboe, clarinet, and piano were in Vilnius, and that's maybe is for the studio a little bit more complicated. Not that much. I mean, it depends which even your expectations, because I didn't expect that much. I mean, I didn't need to hear to a perfect sound, because the goal wasn't to work on every single note, which quality, which sound quality, how much vibrato, or what is it? What can you say about a phrase, or I mean, really articulation, dynamic, and so that's okay. I didn't expect it. Our goal was, let's learn the piece, put it together, and then the fine works. I mean, the final fine work we will do on site. So for us was perfectly okay. I'm really grateful to our technicians, because we worked, I think, in the best possible way. It was only too hot because the studios are small, and so, but that's another question. I mean, the studios should be, I mean, ready even to contain not just one person, but 10 maybe persons, and maybe an audience too, and of course all the machinery generates the, well, it's hot. It's like a little sauna. Every session was a little sauna, but it's healthy, isn't it? Well, that's. I hope I've answered your question. I see another question. Yeah. We have recording? Yes, we do. We have recordings, and they are posted on YouTube. Thanks to the technicians from Vilnius, they recorded a whole concert, a final concert, and posted on YouTube. Thank you, Enrico, for the link. I think the link you can see on the chat. There are also recordings of the lessons. I think that part of these lessons you can watch on the Intermusic site, and maybe that's another theme, because the best thing for these lessons would be to be posted on Moodle, and then to open a discussion after a while, because very often the critics you get during a lesson, you understand not immediately, of course, but later on, to talk about some critics or some situations you generated during lessons would be effective, would be nice. So let's think about, if someone is interested also in the recordings of the lessons, we can work on it and post them. I think that the output, what is it, 5, vocal chamber music, has more material about this. Thank you. I don't know if there are more questions. Let me see.
Yes, thank you very much, Massimo. I will just comment or summarize, maybe in a technical way, the things about the delays and things like that. So basically, as we all know, working from home in very high quality, unless you have very fast internet and some kind of small studio at home, is complicated. Or you have to have to use Lola, you have to have basically specialists or huge technical knowledge yourself, and you have to have this specific internet connection which works via academic network or internet too, let's say, and you have to have your partner not more far away, let's say, than a couple of thousand kilometers, and not more far away than like 4 or 5 intermittent routers or something like that, because then delay increases so much that playing together is not possible. And even with that, for some instruments, it's not so not so easy as for others. Let's say it's as Massimo also mentioned, that there are a lot of instrument-specific things and how they sound over different codecs of the internet. Another, of course, common knowledge is that teaching where you don't have to play together, teaching online, is also quite possible. And of course, the better, especially sound quality is, the better musicians like it or can forget this technology in between. Again, in ideal case, if it happens between institutions, from institution to institution with support of technicians and over the systems like Lola or Polycom, then all more or less is fine, you know. However, the corona crisis has shown that home solutions are needed, and there are some things which you could use, like let's say jack trip for audio, or you know, we were commenting before, improving systems which are using Opus codec. Of course, everybody is using Zoom now because it's the best option for now. However, as you have seen from my slide, it cuts off quite a bit of, let's say, the higher overtones and high frequencies, which also are not so, let's say, easily forgettable or ignorable by musicians. So I'm basically just, I've done a, let's say, a summary of common knowledge. However, our colleagues who will be talking further about research will also touch quite a bit on this subject. Is there any tools for formal? Okay, it's something. Okay, it's question unrelated to this. Sorry. So, thank you, Massimo. If there are no other questions for now, thanks for your great presentation and work. And now we can move to another presentation. We will now talk about research, and I kindly invite colleagues Giovanni, Cospito, and Stefano Delle Monache from Milan to take the lead.
Thank you very much, Mantautas. I am Giovanni Cospito from Conservatorio of Milano. In Milano, I am coordinator of the Music and Technology Department. And also in these last years, coordinator of INTERMUSIC Project. I am grateful to all of you and to all of INTERMUSIC Project colleagues. We are almost at the conclusion of this project. It had been a very good experience, and I hope it will be the start point for other future projects with more European and international partners. The focus of my speech will be about the design of the INTERMUSIC project in the context of high musical education in Europe. That is a situation very complicated because, you know, we have just speak about latency and other questions, but there are a large amount of problems of the issue about the distance learning. So this my speech is just finalized to analyze and try to understand with the INTERMUSIC project design what are the issue and about the distance music learning in general. So it means technological part, the musical parts, and also didactic and pedagogical parts at the end, and not the last, the musical creativity online. We have just listened to Enrico about network music. Probably with the next generation, I think the attitude to invent something that play good online, and we have a lot of information about, will be the next realm of creative music. Okay, so we have a lots of point of view about the practice, the network performance, and also it's depend of the genre of musical, so music, classical music, modern music, contemporary music, and that kind of music. So I am sure this will be realm of a future musical invention, and at the same time to invention also practice to make classical music online. We have made some experimentation also in Milan and in connection with Trieste Conservatory, and the results are very good. So I just share to show you what is the design of this project that include 5 partners. I share my screen. Okay. Can you see? I think no. Sorry. Okay. Okay, the first aspect of this speech about the organization of the project with the 5 institutions that put together different competencies. The project is based on a strategic partnership between European music higher education institutions aimed at integrating and coordinating different areas of experience and expertise in online music training. That is very important. It's if you have the opportunity to go on the site of Intermusic and have a look through expertise over the institution included in this project.
Excuse me, Giovanni, I think your screen share disappeared. Maybe you could try to see we can't see the slides.
You can see the slides.
Yes, could you try to reshare your screen? Yes, please. Oh, now we can see the slide, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, is this one? So the project is based on a strategic partnership between European music higher education with different expertise, and this is important to put together competence in different staging of the didactic of music online. In the Intermusic Project, we have chosen to focus on some specific aspects of music technologies and approach to distance learning. That means, in my opinion, and also with others colleagues of this project, that means to consider models and methods integrated in traditional music teaching face-to-face and the technology based on teaching methods, blended learning. So we can say it's very difficult to have a concert with a big ensemble, but at the same time we must consider that also in teaching practice online, we need to put together the interaction face-to-face with some methods that we can teach online. It's clear now that it is impossible to have a conservatory dedicated only to distance learning. It's need to balance the 2 aspects. It is important to have a direct interaction, non-verbal interaction, verbal interaction with the teachers and also with the colleagues in the classroom. The other aspect is planning didactic activities related to musical and cultural context inside the distance learning. The third aspect is informing the use of technology, starting from a specific pedagogical analysis and evaluation online music classes. This is important. There is no coincidence between the problems of didactics in presence and problems in distance learning. That means that we must have different strategies. These different strategies must balance each other. What we can do online, what we can do or must do, it's best to say, in presence. This is important. So, I want to show you the next. So this is next one. The steps that we have been are the design of a platform based on Moodle. You can see here these scans. This is important. And devoted to specialized musical learning paths for performing practice, theoretical and compositional courses. On these schemes that you can see, you can find at the beginning the relation of the project and how they integrate each other. Each of these parts of the project are, of course, specific practice. In this instance, we have a Moodle platform that is necessary to have courses online. We have specified the different courses online, theory, composition, performing, also performings in a different way, singing, instrumental practice, and so on. And the creation and the management, that is also very important, of transnational music courses, classes, teaching methods and plans, lesson, assessment, tests, musical activities, rehearsal, and concert preparation. So the ambition of the project is have together all the fundamental practice that musicians have during practice of music and concerts and other things. Because this is important for now, this is, I think, one of the first projects that include also varieties of the issue. It's very important because this is the situation to start to consider that the complexity of the musical education, of the network performing concerts and so on, and try to find some things to do, some things also to invent. I just said Massimo is just inventing a useful practice of didactics. One students play, other listen the parts that students inside the complex, inside of chamber music ensemble. Interdisciplinary research and blended learning approach aimed at systematization tools and teaching materials for music education, and effectively integrate the blended teaching with the co-presence in music activities. So it will be for the future, and also in this project we have had some preparatory activities online, and at the end we, in our intention, coronavirus stopped this the conclusion of some of these activities, but the idea is to prepare, to contact online, to invent some didactics blended using repository, using literature, using to meet together and discuss. But at the end, it's important to meet people, to play together in the same place, and to have a real concert that are very different to internet concerts. There are aspects of the musical production so different from each other. Integrator, also this point, the next point is integrating lessons from different European music institutions. We are in Europe, but we have a different tradition, so different repertoire, but also different approach to the repertoire. So this practice at European environment that include our, I hope in the future, or European countries, put together and to examine different pedagogic approach, but at the same time the different repertoire of each states of Europe. That is very important, but that means to have a direct contact, how to say some things in Italian styles for the Italian repertoire, but when we are in another country, how is the approach to the same repertoire, but also for the composer music of that country. The systematic use of online rehearsals for concert preparation as means to facilitate the mobility and exchange of teachers and students for live performance in the partners, concerts, hall, and festival. For the online rehearsals, we have tested different platforms. This is a very important role of Grid and Polycom. Of course, I can say someone said it's impossible to go more speed than light. So that is intrinsic limits. But these limits, we can start to have a point, to sort of a technological start point. What latency do we need to make Shostakovich, portrait of Shostakovich online, or chorus, chamber chorus? It's less than Beethoven quartet that you need to make a ribattuto very fast, of course. So there is a sort of a balancement that what is possible, what is impossible to do. The question now is a very different state in Italy. This problem is very, very strong because we can have a GARR, it's incredible. GARR have 200 gigabit per second. When we have made the experiments, we have just 1 gigabit per second. And there is a symmetry for download and upload. It's perfect in this case. But now it's impossible to have 200 gigabit everywhere in Europe. So the question is this, I think for the future with the necessity dictated from the coronavirus, the first aspect in each country of Europe to have a large band for practice everything in arts and so in studies. One of the goals of this project is also the music interaction in live performance. And after me, Stefano, Delle will discuss about what we have done and all the aspects that we are considering for the future. Another importance is to consider how we have structured the relation between all partners and work of all partners. We have 3 layers of interconnected activities. This is very important. The first one, implementing the INTERMUSIC platform. The second one, the design of our blended pilot course. Blended is important to say. Third one, understanding interaction in network music performance. This is the technological and scientific research that we had in this period. The involvement of partners in project has been organized as follows. We have LMTA in Vilnius realized the INTERMUSIC platform based on Moodle and provided support to the implementation of courses, as you just before it has been shown. And this means have a strong connection for each of other institutions, RDAM and ConsMi in this case. And RDAM and ConsMi conceived and implemented the 5 blended pilot courses. That is mastering voice literature in foreign languages. Christen, bravo, it's so bravo to do this one. You have, it's a pleasure to meet you and to listen what you have to say on this practice. The second one, the online practice of chamber music, Massimo, you have just said. Musical theory, there are colleagues, mixed colleagues for 3 conservatoire, composition with the Chinese instrument with Paolo. So we have each partner have made a project with blended courses, but these blended courses are have inside teachers from each of institution, so that it's sort of the exchange of impression. Massimo just said we were 3 teachers to interact with the students. So it is not so easy, no? But I think it will be a richness if you have a sort of imagination of a new pedagogic approach. It is not usual that one student have a relation with 3 teachers about one project. It will be, of course, very interesting to examine this aspect from the point of view of pedagogic and didactic, to have some conclusion about that. The next one, of course, finally, the Polytechnico and the Conservatoire of Milano focused their research efforts to exploring tools for enabling the platform dedicated to music and investigating temporal disruption and the audiovisual immersion in network music environments. And this aspect will be examined by Stefano and by Luca from Politecnico. In this case, it's very complicated because we are, I think, just starting to consider what are all the aspects, visual aspect, listening aspect. It is not only the delay for connection. Listening aspect, for example, is the direction of sound source when you interact with and violin. Where is the guitar when you are listening online? It's important, it's not important. What is the context of the realization of acoustic environment when I am in the studio? There is a symmetry we must consider to create something that permits us to have some acoustical environment in 2, 3, 4, 5 different environments where are musicians that play and put in a sort of a virtual environment that I think that will be possible in not so many years to have this product. So I repeat, this project conceived that we need to understand a lot of things. In the practice of music, normal practice, the musician don't have some, I play piano, I just open the piano, I am in a whole concert or in class, I just play. But that is possible because there are a lot of conditions, acoustical, interactive space, circumstances. That means that you are in a conservatorio, so the approach, all this complexity, it needs to be examined, not to replicate, but just to understand what musicians need to invent new practice. This is a strong question, I think. The last point are the value of integrating traditional music teaching methods in presence with blended learning. It is not usual to have reflection on this point. There are a lot of articles, but in the institution, there is not a culture of these questions. The need of tackling the understanding of learning process specific to the musical fields at a pedagogical level. What means when we are online in pedagogical relation, for example? The potential to bridge the gap between tradition and innovation in teaching and learning music. Also, this project was had in mind to put the relation between teachers that have a different approach, but it is a very richness situation because you can understand a lot of things and compare it and include all kind of pedagogical approach. And yet, taking advantage of the richness of diverse teaching styles and the learning approach. That's all. My last consideration that is how to open, I can say, a new world with a lot of questions, but we know that the trend for the next years, I think 3, 4, 5 years, will be a lot of larger band, maybe symmetrical bands, because it's need for the new works lines. So means that probably conservatory or the conservatory must decide what it's possible to do online and what it's possible to do, or what it's necessary to do in presence, and to balance these two things in an universal, I can say, in all of Europe, in all the universe. Universe means the world. In another situation, because the internet have also these aspects. All students, when had the need to have information, use internet. But internet, what means at the moment? What means that you can have information from all the world, and also this is interesting aspects if we see this question in these perspectives. Thank you very much, and I am here to see if there are some questions.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you, Giovanni.
So I'll share my screen. Continue. Okay. Do you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, well, we always run out of time, so I'll try to be quick enough. But yes, I agree definitely that the main contribution of this project was actually not to provide answers, but rather to formulate questions from different perspectives. And one of the perspectives was to look at how can I? Okay, so one of the perspective was actually to. I don't want to. Oh, sorry. Okay, I have these thumbnail videos on the screen. One of the perspective was actually to understand the complexity of music interaction in the network music performance. And the main question is actually, especially related to the performance and music higher education, is where does that flow experience come from? So I'm showing you this short excerpt of a first test that we were doing at the beginning of the project. So in the conservatory in Milano, we had 2 rooms on two different part of the main buildings where we set up the LoLa connection, and where we did our studies on the effect of latency by adding artificial latency between performance, so to see how this temporal disruption affect the flow, the music flow. But anyway, what you just saw in this video is that these 2 players are actually playing and apparently enjoying. You could have noticed some slight time difference between the 2 instruments, but anyway, they're playing. So our curiosity was to understand whether it could be a matter of repertoire, of instruments, of latency, the expertise, the quality of the audiovisual cues, or even the mutual knowledge of the performers. So in this picture on the left, you see other types of tests that we did by adding visual occlusion between performance, so to see how they could play just by listening and without having the information related from the site, essentially. I mean, research in network music performance is not new. There's a vast and wide literature, which is mainly related to this area of research, so related to the types of computer system for music collaboration, topologies, hardware, software, the technologies for real-time networking, which are oriented towards the study of the psychoperceptual issues related to the use of this technology, configuration of the networks, and paradigms for system architectures. There's a whole more recent area of research on bodily communication and bodily interaction, especially in the realms of augmented, mixed and virtual realities, and use of network as instrument. And Enrico gave a very straight example of what it means. There's also a more recent area of research related to the understanding of what happens in the classroom. So in terms of spatial coordination between the actors during a lesson. So all the non-verbal aspects related to the communication between the students and the teacher, and all the pedagogical aspects, so that can be somehow compensated or moved in the virtual classroom in some way, provided that there is a mediation technology that, of course, affects the experience in presence. So, for instance, when we talk about computer system for music collaboration, this is a picture taken from a well-known article by Alvaro Barbosa. So, how types of network music performance are shaped based on the fact that they are synchronous or asynchronous, co-located, so in the same place, or remote. And essentially, we are dealing with this area here. So something synchronous happening in real time, although mediated by the network, and which happens in geographically displaced areas. That's an interesting link. It was provided a couple of months ago during the COVID pandemic, the start of the COVID pandemic, and it's a whole list of hardware, software services related to music education, and specifically to the diverse areas of e-learning, ensembles, practicing, etc. So I recommend this link for those who are not aware, because there are lots of useful resources. Regarding the area, research area of real-time networking technologies, so also Enrico briefly talked about that. So the psychoperceptual issues that comes out from playing in a there's a message. Great. Enrico talked about the threshold, the 20-60 milliseconds, which is the network latency threshold, so that expert musician achieve to have a sort of comfort zone, or anyway find strategies to compensate autonomously the delay. And so as an effect, the temporal separation between action and feedback. This is the real main issue that affects the communication between musicians with respect to the natural collocation of performance. The research also studied how the timbral properties of the instrument affect this comfort zone, for instance, related to the sound attack, and of course the whole rhythmic complexity. Giovanni just gave a few examples of well-known pieces. I must say that most of this research use very different music repertoires, often using simple clapping tasks. Regarding the system architecture paradigms, they essentially are related to find ways to compensate this delay. And so they use sort of playing or performance strategy. So whether realistic interaction, as it happens in collocated performances, master-slave interaction, or adding a certain amount of delay, so that that the performer will know how to play with a delay. And finally, networking configurations such as P2P, client-server, etc. The main point here regarding distance teaching, and I think this is the most promising area of research for our interest. So related to Massimo, I mean, he talked about the need of having a comfortable classroom, well-designed places, so to accommodate all the actors for network music performance related teaching. And so there are a few interesting studies, one of Penalba in 2011. So they compared different types of configuration, spatial configuration for their teaching activity, and also different types of technology standards. Other types of approaches are more related to understanding the behavior between, for instance, a student and a teacher in a collocated lesson, or in a virtual lesson, or actually in a remote lesson, let's say, not virtual lesson. So, for instance, a very important pivot of the interaction of the communication between teacher and student is actually stand. Okay, so there's a whole behavior, there's a whole way of communicating by moving out of the stand, close to the stand, and so on. So this is also something very important to delve into. But the point is, okay, there are many areas of research, but where is music? So, okay, of course, there's sound and music, but one of the the thing that we wanted to constrain in the research was to provide a strong context. And we worked especially on the context of chamber music. So the research was aimed at understanding temporal separation, disruption, so the effect of latency, also exploring different types of audiovisual immersive solutions, such as the use of binaural rendering or full body projections, with the aim eventually of improving and designing learning environments. So in this respect, the research was constrained around some important aspects. So first of all, using consistent stimuli. And we worked a lot in collaboration with the output led by Massimo, chamber music. And the type of stimuli, so the type of, let's say, music exercise that we used during experiments were largely inspired by Bartók Mikrokosmos and the 44 duos for violin, which represents a valuable set of exercises on sensory motor synchronization, which is the main issue when latency is added by means of mediated technology. We worked with the basic configuration of duos and duets for several reasons. So essentially, so to have less variables, but on the same time, we wanted to have not only an objective evaluation of the performances, so by using quality metrics related to tempo trends or misalignment from the shared score, but also this is something new that we took from mostly from the research area of virtual reality. So so to understand whether remote performers feels in some sort of shared place, how they feel present to each other, which is something that music strongly conveys normally. And so we looked at various presence questionnaires and we built our questionnaire essentially so to have different description of the psychological states or description of the experience related to the psychological states of feeling involved and connected. So the illusion of being in a place and whether this illusion is plausible and related to the focused attention on the performance, on the communication. The coherence of the environment, so whether it is perceived as real and coherent also in terms of sensory motor anticipation. And a third aspect, which is more objective, is related to the quality of the system technology, so the immersion in terms of either in terms of both distraction factors of the interface, the whole machinery around the performers, and the affordances of the environment. So in our opinion, the NMP in music higher education can be seen as a sort of mixed reality environment. And this picture here represents the framework within we designed our experiment. So essentially a performance is not like a generic place, but has can have very different configuration, each configuration with its own requirements and needs. So whether it is a lesson, whether it is a rehearsal, whether it is a concert, a performance that can be described also in terms of location. So whether it's local, co-located, whether it's networked, or whether it's mixed. So for instance, having more than one performer in one place and more than one performer in some other place. Of course, the subjects may change. Student, probably master students are more concerned with the lesson configuration. And it's a performance that happens by means of a medium. It can be physical in the case of local and mixed performance, or it can be networked. And of course, finally, the environment itself, which is both real and remote. So all these aspects can be, let's say, they are sort of building blocks around which organizing and designing experiments, and also as building blocks for choosing the right way to collecting both quantitative and qualitative data. So, for instance, in one of the studies that we conducted together with the Intellectual Output 2, so together with Luca Comanducci, Professor Augusto Sarti, on ConsMi side, also together with Enrico Pietrocola, Filippo Berbenni, Giovanni, so like a wider research team, let's say. The objective here was to actually conceptualize the effect of temporal disruption on the performance communication during the rehearsal configuration. We had in the first study 5 duos, you can see here, and we ran the experiment in the conservatory. So in one room we had one performer, in the second room we had the second performer, but also a network emulator, so to provide 6 artificial latency conditions that you can see here, which is two ways latency. So the best condition was 28 milliseconds, and the worst condition was 134 milliseconds. And what you see here on the right is the setup. I'd like to spend a few words on the types of stimuli that we used, so that in some way gives an answer to the provoking question, where is music? We looked at Bartók microcosmos, and we designed this music score, around some specific rhythm melody expression relationship. So, which are the most important aspects of in every music performance. So it's not only a matter of timing, a matter of rhythmic, but also a matter of melodic relationship, and also, of course, all the expression, dynamics, articulation, so on. So what you see here, exercise 4B, is an example of exercise which has a slicing rhythm, a slicing melody, and dynamic expression. Some quick evaluation. So this is more related to the presence questionnaire regarding well, some extracted answer related to the involvement part, the coherence part, immersion, and quality of performance. Essentially, what you see here in general for all the pictures is that there is a degradation when the delay, the latency increases. So, although I must say this study was run only on 5 couples. So, however, we recorded other 10 couples, and that will be published soon, some more structured results. So in a way, the picture that emerges here is that the experience of latency, network delay is a sort of puzzling. The illusion of being in a shared place is somewhat perceived as neutral. And the quality of the visual and literary display is definitely important to maintain a focused concentration on the performance. On the other side, the musician adapts very quickly to demanding situation, even stressful. But that's a big issue when we are in a lesson configuration. So as Massimo also observed from his experience, we should avoid as much as we can like discomfort during the rehearsal and learning situation. Regarding the objective quality metrics, tempo trends and misalignment from the shared score, what you see here in these two pictures is the graph of the tempo for the percussion and the harpist and the flute player performance. So essentially you see that here there is even an acceleration over time, while here there is a deceleration over time. So from this we can infer that in the case of the percussionist there was a sort of master-slave approach within the couple. So there was somebody who was leading the second, while here in this second case there was more of realistic interaction. So they were waiting for each other, and of course in this way accumulating delay by slowing their performance. So these analyses are very interesting, especially as means to understand, for instance, where in a certain piece there are some difficulties. On the other side, providing a very specific objective evaluation based on the score, it does not take in account all those interpretive and expressive mechanisms that often music players put into play. So for instance, here what you see is the misalignment from the shared score. So essentially, this is the time difference between the two subjects. Ideally, if they're in time with respect to the score, they should play on the on 0. Here is the case of 50 milliseconds latency. Here is 67 milliseconds latency. What we can observe from this shape is that P1 somehow is leading the performance by anticipating on average of 50 milliseconds here, so that actually P2 at a certain point is playing almost on time, except these two areas here and here where they were following each other somewhat. Here in this second case, instead, they both anticipate and then they go back to the first case. Finally, just a few words on a second study, which we're still finalizing in their analysis because we could not access all the data during this period. So we were interested in seeing how performers accept, for instance, the use of binaural audio, and if they prefer some different visual solutions, so like having the lateral vision even on screen, so it's not really 3D, let's say, and bigger screen, so to have a more natural perception of the co-performer. So what you see here in a very condensed way is that with respect to the elements of the presence, so involvement, connectedness, coherence, interface quality, immersion, so latency is definitely the most important issue. In the case of no latency, as you see here, essentially the two solution frontal screen plus stereo loudspeakers and or a lateral screen and binaural audio, they're essentially comparable. So to conclude, the point here is that we should start as musician, composers, educators, etc., perhaps approaching NMP rather with a design mindset. So thinking from the general to the particular, to the specific needs and requirements of each situation. So to have different solutions that can be adapted for the various needs. So in case of interior design related to the classroom and stage, to a design which is driven by sound. So for instance, to recover all that aspects which are essentially for the interpersonal communication between performers, pedagogic and dynamics and so on. And of course, how, when it's not possible, to compensate some various information by means of peripheral vision, or all those information related to foot tapping, torso movement, and breath, and so on. And that's all for me. Thank you very much, and sorry if it was longer than expected, but I'm happy to answer to your Q&A later on.
Thank you, Stefano. So we now have the presentation from colleagues from Politecnico Milano, and I ask Luca. Yeah, hi Luca.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Luca Comanducci, and I'm a PhD student in information engineering from the Politecnico in Milano. And together with Professor Augusto Sarti, which can't be here today, unfortunately, we were the part of the Politecnico that followed the Intermusic project and worked mainly in output 2 and 3. And I will share the presentation I made. Okay, can you see the screen? Is it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. And so I will present how the main topic of the presentation is how to analyze and deal with latency, which is one of the main factors affecting the remote performance. And of course, there will be some overlap both with what Stefano, Giovanni, and also Enrico said, since a lot of the work was done together, especially regarding the latency experiments. And okay, so the main idea is that a central part of any platform from the pedagogical teaching of music needs to have also a proper way to perform networked music performance, which is when musicians have to play together over a network. And this is essential for some courses, like when you have to perform together, like for example, the chamber music courses. And however, especially in this type of music, there are strict timing requirements, and there is the unavoidable latency due both to the network and the processing of the audio that is sent on the network. And so we elaborated and analyzed some solutions to overcome that. And some solutions may be copying techniques, which are solutions that musicians automatically try to implement by themselves, which is something that also happens in real scenarios. Like for example, musicians playing in big orchestras, they have the musicians place that the two ends of the, let's say, of an orchestra have a latency between each other, so they have to already implement some of these techniques. And then we explored some other techniques related to adaptive metronomes, and by improving existing platforms. We talk a little bit about Lola and also about Ultragrid. I will talk a little bit now. And then some future possible developments such as music prediction. So the first part of the work was related to the improvement of Ultragrid, which is a platform for low latency remote communication, let's say video and audio. And we talked about Lola, and the Lola works very good. The, let's say, problem with Lola is that it needs high-end hardware and also a very stable connection, and it's something that it's not available to to everyone, and it may not be available to students. So UltraGrid is an open source software, which means that everybody can add features to it or modify it and use it. And it has no specific hardware requirements. So we did a long period of testing of UltraGrid and correspondence with the developers of UltraGrid, which added and modified features according to our needs. And the maximum, the minimum, let's say, amount of latency that we obtained was that of 60 milliseconds one way, which is 122 way, with between Milan and Vilnius, which is not the optimal value, but maybe a starting point. And we also tested, which should be further developed, a 3-point connection, which is when you want to, of course, the 2-point, you can only do duets, or musicians should be placed in just 2 different environments connected via through the network. With the 3-point connections, you can consider you can have more different places where the musicians are connected. And this was tested just locally. We did a few tests in the Conservatory of Milan, but there is no reason for which it couldn't work in a real scenario. And this is the main part that we did related to UltraGrid. Then in parallel, we did some research, which is a lot of this was already, I'll try to be as short as possible since a lot of this was already explained by Stefano. And the main point is that in order to try to cope with the latency, we wanted to understand how the latency affects the musician. And so how can we solve it? So in order to do this, we developed an experimental framework in order to devise experiments and analyze them. And the first experiments were, as Stefano said, were just a few Bartok pieces played by musicians located in 2 different rooms and connected via LoLa. And through a network emulator, we simply added different levels of delay between each other and try to understand how the latency affected them, and regarding to both subjective and objective measurements. So after this work, we started to devise and think about a few ways to try to solve this latency issue. And the one solution that we tried and we explored was the idea of adaptive metronome, where a metronome, it's a device that outputs a sound click at a specific BPM, beat per minute. And adaptive is in the sense that it changes its tempo depending on a specific value that we give to him. And in this case, the metronome changed its value depending on the tempo of the musician. Through a technique called beat tracking, we followed the tempo of one musician and we used it to change the tempo of the adaptive metronome. In this case, in this first method, in the first experiments, we considered a master-slave hypothesis, which means master-slave is a technique that is usually used by the musician to cope with latency, where since the latency may be too much, one musician may go on its own and play the piece as if he was alone, and the other musician simply tries to end the musician that goes on its own. It's called the master, let's say, while the other musician called the follower tries to simply follow the tempo of the master. And so our idea was, if we have 2 musicians connected into the different rooms, we can use beat tracking to track the tempo in BPM of the leader musician and give to the follower a metronome whose tempo changes together with the tempo of the master. And so this is the main idea of the experiment. And we performed these experiments in December with 4 couples of musicians for duets, and the music pieces were always an adaptation inspired by the Bartók duets. And in this case, we tested 2 different latency conditions. One which is, let's say, high, but not excessively high. Another one which is very high, which are 50 and 100 milliseconds to way. And we made them perform these conditions both with and without the metronome. And although the analysis were limited in number, we were pleased to find out that we thought that the musician would have been, would have found the metronome intrusive, while some of them found it as a good tool, and it did not hinder their performance. And it seems that, of course, it needs further development and further analysis, but it may be a useful tool for contrasting the latency. And here I have a few results, just an example of a result, which is related to the tempo trend, which, as already Stefano explained, the tempo trend is simply if on the horizontal axis we have the time, and on the vertical axis we have the tempo. Ideally, we want a straight line. While what happens with latency is that usually the line goes down or up, depending on whether they accelerate or decelerate. And this graph is an example of a performance with the 50 millisecond latency. And the reference tempo was 104 beats per minute. And the duo was a duo of guitars. On the left, we have the case where the metronome was not used. And on the right, the case where the metronome was used. And as you can see, when there is no metronome, the musicians tend to decelerate and go from a tempo of around 100 BPM to almost less than 90, almost. While using the metronome, even though a few acceleration is present, they seem to be, the tempo seems to be more balanced, and they stay closer to the desired reference tempo of 104 BPM, since they are more or less around 100. And this technique needs to be and can be further investigated. And one possible application where we started to work, but unfortunately we cannot do the experiments, is to expand it in order not only to follow the tempo of one musician, but to track simultaneously the tempo of the various musicians in order to create some sort of virtual conductor, which will use one or multiple metronomes to try to synchronize the different musicians, more or less similarly to what happens with directors in, let's say, in orchestras, where the music, if the orchestra is really big in terms of physical space, you have to also, it needs to be synchronized, the sound coming from musicians which are in different part of the theater, let's say. And another further development, which will be very interesting in the future, which is also more of a work in progress, is the idea of use some artificial intelligence techniques called deep learning to try to predict a few milliseconds of music before they're actually played. And this will be very interesting because if you are able to, because music, it's very complex, but if we consider just a few milliseconds, which are in, as Enrico showed at the beginning of this presentation, we're talking about of quantities from 20 to 100 milliseconds. And at this time value, the music may be modelable. And the idea is that if you're able to predict the music, you can output to the receiver before it is actually received. And when, for example, there's latency or packet drops, and thus you can more or less try to solve this issue. And so this is maybe a very interesting future development. And that's all I had to say. So thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, everyone. And we got to the end of our, let's say, presentations part. Of course, as we all know, working over distance and being online and in webinars like this is quite tiring experience, even if we had a break. But in any case, now there is an idea that we would have some kind of a discussion on maybe questions to all the presenters from all different contexts of the project. And we have a guest from Australia to host this session, Carol Johnson. We had a pleasure to participate in a conference in Australia organized by her more or less a month ago. So, I don't know, we're of course open and looking forward to everybody's questions, if there are some, and maybe also Carol would like to ask you something, or see how we can.
This has just been really great, Mantautas. Thanks for coordinating all of this and putting it together. I think there's some really key ideas that are coming out of the project that have implications for all of us in online music teaching and learning at the tertiary or post-secondary levels. Yeah, if you have a question, just put it into the chat area, or raise your virtual hand, and we'll take your question. I think that there's a lot of information that we've had come at us this morning to you. It's this evening for me, but if there aren't any questions that are coming through, I would like to say, and put this out to, whoever in the group that wants to address this, but, if you could do the project again, starting with what you know now, what would you change? That would be, my biggest question. Like, how would you look at it differently if you knew what you now know from all of the research? It's a big question, I realize. You can, but anyone to tackle that one?
Who wants to start? Well, I mean, of course, I could say myself quite a bit about that. That working to the project kind of define the ways or different strands, which were actually a lot. There is this playing together thing, and then there is this teaching online thing via video conferencing. There's this home thing, and also there are different contexts of teaching music history and solfege and music theory, and using Moodle as some kind of communication platform, or using Moodle as some kind of learning resource platform, as using Moodle as something which can be helpful to self-prepare, and control the individual learning time of students. All of these strands are now much more clear through all this work and research, I think. And that's why, at least, I am quite enthusiastic and looking forward to how we can, continue all this, maybe splitting it up into smaller projects, or joining up with more partners, or doing some different work for different strands here and there, concerning on the interests, of course, of particular institutions and participants.
Well, if I can also add a few words, Well, personally, I would rather start from the conclusion, actually. So approaching the research rather with a stronger design mindset. So starting from the musician requirements, the music requirements, kind of things that we managed to focus on the opposite way. So we approach at the beginning the research in a rather traditional way, so more engineering related, let's say, and blending it with with a well better defined context. But yes, I would rather reshape the research in this way. The second thing is that actually there is a whole area which is missing in the project, but it was not originally conceived. So which is the pedagogical aspects. So we worked, this is something that we all had to improvise, even in the during the experiments. So also ways to find the right protocol to simulate some sort of rehearsal during a lesson, etc. But it was not exactly the same thing. So this is probably something that needs to be well considered for any future research aspects.
I saw there is the request from several people to do some kind of a summary of the session. We already promised that we will share the slides, and maybe we will also ask all presenters to write at least a few, like a sentences about what they have been presenting, so we could try to do that. Maybe not right away, as we all have to finish semesters mostly also with graduation exams, but of course, if there is any interest in that, we could do this.
Okay, if I would just like to give a quick reply, and I don't want to steal time because I see that there are also interesting questions on the software. From my point of view, from the administration point of view, of such a big project, as being part of the staff who submitted the application, at a second level, I think that we would more focus on more specific issues. We had the dream at the beginning, submitting this project to deal with this general theme of distance learning on a 360 degrees approach. So there is research, there is making up of blended courses, experiment with students, evaluation, research. So many things which we tried to keep together in the best way we could. Now probably is, and also this came up from the emergency, from the pandemic and so on. Now it's probably the moment to focus on more specific issues. And I guess that the biggest need now is relating to, okay, research, but also on how to set up a really effective blended courses. And just in case, Carol, you can, after the other questions, you can maybe spend some words about your vision about blended learning and and this issue. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting.
Thanks, Mantautas and Stefano and Roberto. It was a really big question, but one that I think is really important when we take on these huge 3-year projects. We're always vision is 2020 at the end, when you can look back and see, maybe to change it this way or that way. And I think that's going to be really important as together as a community, we look at how we can go forward from here. I see that in the chat session, people are asking, pardon me, how they can join the project. And I think it's more now that as the projects are coming to a close, that we really just keep the community going, because there's a really strong community base that's been started in around the world with all the different networks, conferences, and webinars that have been happening. So I would like to, suggest that maybe everybody, if you want to keep connecting, maybe send Mantautas your email or Roberto. I'm not sure who would be the best one to collect that, but definitely let's continue to talk about this together and look at future projects, because I think that we can dovetail definitely on this one. So there's a couple of questions here that are coming in, and somebody's asking about regarding Lola. Unfortunately, no, you can't use Lola outside of an institutional context, but wondering, and this one might go to Luca, can you use UltraGrid if you're a non-institutional person? Lucia, and I'm sorry, I'm not Italian, can you tell? I'm Canadian in Australia. But anyway, her question, I'll just send it over to Luca there.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, UltraGrid is free. I mean, everybody can download it and use it. The only thing is that since it's free, it's not as easy to use, for example, like other softwares. So it's not as easy as Skype. However, depending on your needs, it may be more or less hard. Let's say to establish a simple connection, a two-point connection, the technical requirements needed are not that much. I mean, you just need to know your IP address, which is something that you can find out with. Most computers have some kind of network, some part where you can check the network interface and just find the IP address. And this is more or less the only thing technically you need to do a simple two-point connection. If you need more strict latency requirements, then then you need to go on their website, which is full of tutorials, and depending on your technical knowledge, may be more or less hard. But their website is full of tutorials and guides to understand it, so it's definitely doable.
Great, thanks, Luca. And now I'm just seeing that you guys have responded to that. Sorry about that. Over to Lex's question, talking about really, I think, Lex, you're highlighting the fact that there's a lot of pretty delicate but heavy-coded software that was used in the project, and there was some computer programming engineers involved, of course, to help make it go smoothly. But at the end of the day, the question is what's out there for its more simple software, and JazzKazam and Gemulus out of I think JazzKazam is out of the States, and it's simpler like JapTrip that Chris Chaff is working on out of Stanford. Anyway, anybody want to talk about the possibility of JapTrip or JamKazam and Gemulus with regards to any experience?
Well, I mean, from my own experience also of using all these and trying this out from a natural need, especially during all the 3 last months, I would say that, what is possible for people who work with electronic music or who work with technology, or especially for engineers, what might seem easy for us is not necessarily easy for musicians who just want to play and work, I mean, and I think there is a big lack of maybe a solution which would not include only like some kind of bigger or smaller technical capabilities, but also an interface which would be easy and simple. I think most of the musicians are now using Zoom, let's say, not only because it has kind of okayish quality of sound with this original sound option, but also because that it has interface when you can, click and tick and, all is there. However, I mean, jack trip is great, but you have to have wired connection, you have to know how to launch terminal, and you have to know how to input IP address, and most of the musicians don't even want to care about that, whenever they see like open the terminal, they just say, no, it's just go away, Another thing is that there are some solutions here, like this Jamka sampling and so on, but usually the sound quality there is, it's really bad to my understanding. And of course you can do something through there, but it's not it's under a certain threshold, let's say, which is not maybe acceptable. I really see some perspective in these kind of systems which are based now on this Opus codec which I mentioned. And for example, you can configure Jitsi not only on server side, but you can actually feed it let's say quality parameters and enable stereo and disable auto gain, let's say, through just configuring the room with a link. And if somebody would program in, all these parameters, or just this kind of music mode button, I think a lot of musicians would start using that right away, just because there is this one simple button which you can click. You don't need to modify any code. You don't need to do some strange, weird engineering stuff, So I want to reinforce what I also mentioned in the beginning, that it's very important to think also about human computer interface on some kind of a higher level, because musicians usually do not want to get too deep into that. And if they, let's say, run into the first problem, they usually stop looking for solutions or tutorials at all. At least that's my experience or opinion.
May I add one thing very quickly? Sorry, this is Enrico Pietrocola. Basically, the main issues here are that there are two kind of applications for communication over network. One is the application with compressed sound, and here we're talking about, for example, the ones with the Opus codec, like Jitsi Meet, for example, Jitsi, anyways, and they are based on mostly the WebRTC protocol, which is a very user-friendly protocol to keep people in communication, and is based on this rooms paradigm, so that you can create, for example, a room online, like a link. You can send the link. Somebody just clicks on that URL, on that link, and gets into this entire environment, and everything is ready, and you don't have to set up your connection to work. And then there are the applications which are working with uncompressed audio. And these applications are Lola, Ultragrid, Jacktrip, and they need more setup. And it's more setup in both your network and your hardware, because you have to do more work on your drivers, on your audio interface and more, to have the lowest latency possible. What I wanted to say is that after all this experience of the quarantine and everything, and the chance that we are going to go back to a full quarantine in October, I'm pretty positive that Zoom is going to be, left aside, and something new is going to come up, because once we have decent computers and decent internet speeds, the software is not impossible to be created. And there are already, I know of people studying how to do uncompressed audio over WebRTC, which is great. You have a website you connect onto, and you have Lola quality, or let's say ultra-grid quality, because you're not on a research network. But still, it's pretty good quality, way better than this. Thank you.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, all it takes is, one big crisis, and you find out what people are made out of and what people can do. So we're a resilient group as musicians, and it's hopeful that, there are some really wonderful results that come out that allow us to have, the connect across the distances. I can't see any more specific questions. Oh, Larry Zalo is asking, is sound jack trip easier or worse than any of the solutions discussed today? Larry, I think your question was responded to in regards to the fact that there is a terminal that you have to program and execute when you're using jack trip. So perhaps not for those who are not technically inclined, you know, it's waiting for that easy fix. And as Mantautas is talking about, it's I think you're calling, is it Jitsi that you're referring to, Mantautas? Can you type it in the chat room so that everybody can see how it's spelled?
Yes, of course. I mean, by standard, it just works as WebRTC, let's say, application, which you have, which is basically online meeting rooms, but it's using Opus codec. It's possible to configure it. It's possible to install it on your own servers, and you can configure it by adding flags in the link to your room, let's say. We can find some information about this, but it's just one of the projects. I've saw at least like 3 or 4 WebRTC projects, as Enrico mentioned, which are based on internet kind of rooms where you can adjust audio settings even. But of course, they are more with this compressed audio, but maybe something with uncompressed audio will also come up, which would allow maybe even better quality, or in some cases even you know, low latency, to enable to try to rehearse together in decent quality if you have very fast internet, let's say.
Yeah. Mantautas, I think you're going to be the one that needs to talk about this. Is SoundJack the same as Jack Trip? I don't think that they're the same.
No, I don't know much about SoundJack project. Actually, I just know that they also using some combination of different ways to transfer audio over the web, and including Opus codec and something else. I didn't try it, so I can't really comment, but I will look into that. I think I have forgotten that they exist.
Excellent. So, well, here's a question that I think is becoming really you know, rising to the surface here, is that there are a lot of technical aspects that you in the project have been dealing with to ensure that those who are teaching online can actually connect with their students, those who are developing classes for the blended area, that they have the skills to do that. Does anybody want to talk about how did you help the instructors get ready to teach online, or to you know, to design their classes online? Anybody have some helpful hints on what you did? And I know Christen is gone. Paolo, you were teaching online. How did you get to know the software and to learn all the technology to teach online for your class? Or Giovanni? I think Massimo, you did some too. Anybody want to pipe in?
I can unmute. Sorry, I didn't know that I can do it. Sorry, I was expecting you. All right, I don't know if I got the question, Carol, because the audio is on my side really little when you speak. I don't know if you have maybe headphones, and I don't know, but I don't. Okay, I didn't understand maybe very well. The question is, how did I know and which software I used to do during this COVID period, isn't it?
No, how did you learn to teach online, to be prepared to, you know, design online for or design the classes online for your students?
Well, making mistakes. That's the only way, because of course I had no preparation at all. I am sort of a traditional musician. but I like to push buttons. So I tried to find the best way to work with my students. And one very important, I must say that this unexpected event of the coronavirus put us, every one of us, in front of this new situation. And this crash, because it was a crash actually, was so exciting on this side, because we had some experience. Maybe we of Intermusic team, we were of course advanced because we knew other technologies, other possibilities. We had other views of how it could evolve the online lessons practice. But then when you were at home with your students, and I have many students, I have about 50, so many groups, and sometimes quintets, sextets, so quartets, so it's quite difficult, of course. Sorry. Duos is a different story. For instance, working with duos is completely different as working with a trio already, especially, for instance, voice and piano. So I had to invent for every group a path to follow and possibly to grow. Another aspect I wouldn't underestimate is the psychological impact that this period had on our students. I met many students on Zoom or on WeChat or whatever, Skype. They were really depressed. So the first thing to win was to give them a motivation to be online and trying to make chamber music. It sounds, isn't it? It sounds sick, it sounds silly, but it worked. So in many cases, actually in all cases, this connection, this appointment, this, you know, at this time, at this day, at this time, I will have to play this part of the piece in front of a little audience, and also maybe in strange, funny, well, sometimes with really low connection qualities. But in spite of all of this, that's already motivation, was already motivation. When you are locked in an apartment for 2 months, I had well, I cannot make the name, but I had a student of mine who was at home, really closed into her little 40 square meters apartment alone for 2 months. That's important. That could be important. So in the first place, contact. Second place, maybe to grow and to invent, as I told you. But then technically, I think this crisis opens a new era. We have to talk about, we have to confront, we have to be inspiring, to be inspired from the experience from our colleagues. And let's talk about, because the next maybe Intermusic could develop, as I've experienced myself, a new propedeutical, let's say, access to the technology and to the, of course, the online lessons and pedagogical, of course. So I hope to be that I got your question, Carol. Was it okay?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank
Giovanni, or thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. These 4 months of teaching my experience online, my consideration is this: it depends on what you teach. First of all, for example, there is a lot of difference between composition, electroacoustic music composition. So, for example, to make sound materials with software. For example, I use a lot of Max speed to make experience with sound materials, synthetical or sampling or other things. And for example, another one is the history of electroacoustic music. Apparently, it's more easy to teach history because the advantage to have lesson online is that you have a sort of infinite repository of information online. For example, I was speaking about what is happened in the just one year, the 158, for example. And that means in electronic music that you have instantaneously in all parts of the world, in Japan, in Europe, in the United States, you have a cage, in Italy, you have, there is a lot, you can, how can I say, you have internet, and I have the possibility, okay, Fontanics of cage is this one, please listen. The difference between the same music in Paris, Pietrocola, what is doing in that period. At the same time, there is the piece of Xenakis, the Amorphose. It's incredible because you have internet, you navigate with the students on internet, and you can listen. So what is the function of the teaching in this case, just for history, is a sort of a guide in the experience on acquisition and selection experience online. It's a sort of navigator. It is not the textbook, it's online. So it's incredible because the history became not a timeline, 1 year, another year, is a sort of vertical experience, instantaneous. The most interesting now, just the last lesson that I make, for example, online on history, I discussed about the Stockhausen and that means the conception of analogic music with oscillators, and Moog at the middle of in same period, and it's a bit later, but and compare. It's the same in terms of technology because you have analogic stochasm with oscillators, with a lot of oscillators. In the other sense, Moog is just one oscillator at the beginning. Moog, and you can compare. What is the difference? Moog, the first Moog have keyboards. So the musical approach is diverse. And Stockhausen have another approach. It's the approach is not so temperate music. At the end, I think this approach to knowledge on music, on the experience with internet, and that means with online teaching, it's incredible with the participation of students because the students becomes actors. Please tell me, can you suggest some things because I have just listened this or that one. Oh, thank you very much. It's a good experience. It's impossible in traditional way. In traditional way, the history, the conception of history is a long time. It's not vertical. That means it is not geographical point of view. So I put, for example, Takemitsu from the Japan and other in the United States, and I discovered that just some years ago, the same experience got away. So for these activities, it was very interesting to the point that for the next year, I will ask to my director, can I make this lesson between also in classroom, but just be online with the students and have experience, parallel experience of proposal and other things. But when you interact through on composition, for example, that is, my point of view, is a laboratory interaction with the students. You need to stay face to face, or just with in these last years, I changed totally my approach to teaching for composition. That means when I studied composition, it's just you start doing the first step the harmony in this sense. For electronic music, just we have a oscillator after gradually a sort of a method and theoretical concept before to the practice. Now is inversion. Now you need to have a practical approach. So, for example, I take this sample, simple sample, from few records, for example. What means to play with the different rhythmic envelope? And what you can do in terms of creativity just with these two processes. We don't need no theoretical approach. We need to just have understand how you can manipulate the experience. After the experience, you have the other ideas about. If I, for example, take two sounds that make a okay, envelope. We have an incredible transformation because I just change amplitude with the sign. And what means this? That the students understand instantaneously what you can do just the signing. What means the composition is not sort of a brain activities, but is a sort of, how say Francois Bail, faire et entendre. I make some things, I understand, and I make for understanding that means that I can do other things. So, for example, one thing that I will change in the project is to start from one concept in the relation of a musician is the familiarity. This concept is, I think, is at the base of the relation between the musician. That means, for example, before make experience, I ask two players to play together for 1, 2, 3, 4 days to create a sort of understanding of the style, of the psychology, of the modality. And after this experience, that is familiarity. Now, I know that flutist, it's a sort of gestual approach. Another flautist, it's just the familiarity, it's a start point of the musical interaction between instruments. And I want to study just this one. There is also literature about it. This is important. After second step, put these people that have familiarity in to play together in the same environment, put online and studied what's happened. The result is totally different between you put just two instruments and sorry, you just read the scores and then you go there to go in another place and then play together. There is no concept of a familiarity, but we know that when you play together with the people, there is a sort of language that is movementalized, a lot of things that is that clarify this concept of familiarity. I think it's the start point of the musical practice.
Sorry, Giovanni, I must interrupt you because it's almost time to leave. So we have to approach the salutations and to closing to our webinar. I would leave again the word to Carol and then to Mantas.
Okay, so sorry, but sorry for my speaking without timing. I have no notion of the timing, sorry. Thank you very much, Carol. It's a pleasure.
Wonderful, it sounds like there's been some wonderful changes that have happened to everybody's teaching and to just the knowledge that has been built from the project, through the project, and as you're moving forward out of the project. So this has been really, really exciting, and I thank you for just even the opportunity to take part in your webinar today, and to just, you know, I just want to encourage everybody that, you know, what we're seeing today and hearing about today, while it might not be something that you can get your institution to change overnight and to get all of the bells and whistles, we know that it's a time, there's an actual planning process that needs to happen for it to be effective. You know, that it's worth putting it into perspective and seeing what you can do for your steps of going into the online environment with teaching music. And so thank you very much again to everybody here. I know that it's just been a wonderful, wonderful last few hours. So thank you. I know it's been a long time sitting here, but your words have been very encouraging and very helpful for those who are dipping their toes into this experience, just having been into remote learning with COVID, and looking forward to moving forward. So again, if you want to be part of the community and continue to hear what's being updated with the project and the project outcomes, I'm sure Mantautas will put in an information email that you can, into the chat area, that you can email and say, please keep me informed, because this is a really, you know, it's developing the network out of the project as it's moving forward and as it closes, and of course the connections will not close, they'll stay together. So thank you. If you could give me join with me in giving a round of applause to everybody who's participated in tonight's webinar. Thank you very much. Get my virtual, yeah, there we go. We actually can hear
we
them.
can do some sound as well, yes.
You don't need to be in time for that. Fantastic. Excellent, everybody. And Mantautas, I'll just give it back to you to close it off, I guess.
Thank you very much. I'll just be very short. I would also like to thank you, everybody, for the interest. I hope we answered most of the questions. I saw there was also a question about student feedback, so of course we are taking that into account very much, because all courses have the questionnaires and evaluations, and all that will be taken into, let's say, reports, and has been also taken into consideration during the development. If any other questions arise, feel free to contact us. And indeed, we're thinking how to, you know, keep on in this kind of community of people who see the sense and possibilities of using technology for their teaching and learning in music. So thank you for joining, and let's keep in touch and see you around in the world, virtual, either real, and we keep on working together. If you have any ideas, please contact us, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Mantas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thanks for listening. So I'll just, in case, put the slide with questionnaire again. If you would find the time to fill it in, we would find it extremely helpful. And bye-bye.
Bye.
Terminato.